Okay, next we are hunting Grimer in exactly the same grass. You'll love to see it. But yeah, this is the box we have so far. I've got my reds down here. And then my oranges. Shiny Claw says orange, you have to believe me, officer. I actually really like all the yellows. I think they're all really nice colours. And then our greens are a bit, sickly. And then I think we have some really nice blues in here as well. And then I like the purples. I like how they have like the same colour. But yes, we're working on getting a full pride flag in here. Very excited about it. Like I said, this is my first time shiny hunting, like, ever. But I still can't take it easy. Are the odds pretty good compared to full odds? Yes. Does that immediately mean that I aimed for 30 shinies in 7 days on my first hunt? Yes. I have never taken anything easy in my life. Who's up front, actually? Sorry, Grimer. I know I got you all excited. I actually want to leave with Kura, I think. Impressive, though? Oh, thank you. But if there's one thing I do, right? I go big or go home. I always go all in with stuff. Grimer Knight's good choice. It was not my idea for Grimer. I forget whose suggestion it was. I know someone suggested Alolan Grimer for purple, but I didn't agree with Alolan Muck being purple. But then someone suggested Grimer for green to continue on the trend of really gross greens that we've been collecting so far. There's a few Pokemon that can't be hunted, but I still need an orange, a yellow, 2 blues, and a purple to finish out everything. I have everything else planned, but I do not have those planned as shinies yet. So Orpheus, do I win? Did I beat you? Did I outlast you? Swallow for blue? Could do Swallow. Ralts for blue. Oh shoot, I forgot people like Ralts, don't they? The thing is, I wouldn't want to just do one of the, like, Gardevoir Gallade. You know what I mean? Psyduck? Psyduck is a very nice blue, but is Golduck blue? Oh, okay, we're going for... Okay. I have been... This is actually really... This is safe to say, right? Because most of the people who have just raided in here will not have any P-Flex, so... I'm safe. I have lifted the restriction. Normally, you can only extend stream 4 times in a stream. I've lifted that. The stream can be extended as many times as people can afford, and I will just keep going. And I'm basically playing a game with people who have high amounts of P-Flex to see who breaks first. Is this insanity? Yes. Is it needed for me to get 30 shinies in 7 days? Also yes. Golduck's worth a consideration, I won't lie. Golduck, Ralts, and Swallow. Swallow would be interesting, because I've also got Grimer here, so they could be friends. Is the next extension up? Orpheus just redeemed one, so we have an hour. 45 minutes before another one can be redeemed. But I'm going for another hour at least. No. My longest stream ever was, I believe, 9 hours. I think. Maybe 10. There's no way you can all coordinate to keep me here forever. You can't do it. Eventually, you'll all have to sleep. But not me. I'll never have to sleep. I love Grimer. Grimer's just like, oh. 1 PM here? Oh god! Okay, cool. Ridley doesn't have enough. That's good. Browsing Tim Talk. Oh, Spleens, did you miss the shiny Ekans? Tim Talk. Me when I browse Tim Talk. 21k? You have 21k P-Flakes? How? I thought no one had any I thought it was a safe currency. The next 2 days off work, I'm not going anywhere. Like, stop listing your P-Flake amounts, it's scary! Could this be my first ever 24-hour stream? Do not murder the streamer? Hey, I set the limit, and I am capable of saying no when and if I should need to. Do you have to work for it now, so I'm fine to keep going? Darn. 5k already. P-Flakes clearly build up faster than I'm giving them credit for. Maybe Extend should be more expensive than 4,000, huh? Do not the streamer? Is that do not the crab? Is that what it is? Or is it? No, it's do not the cat. It's kind of avoided with the 100k redeem. You would not have redeemed anything for 100k, don't try it. I'm gonna tell Nora I'm not showing up for work today. Oh, poor Nora. Now what of her? Who will be unhinged? You're keeping me here like Exodia the Forbidden One. If I gave you a name, I would have done it. Well, Orpheus. Looks like I'm a moron, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I love Grimer. Like, as a child, I used to draw Grimer and make little plasticine figures of it. I always thought it was so cute and misunderstood. Like, I just wanted to be a friend. It's a pile of sentient sewage, so I don't know how I got to that conclusion, but whatever. What is sludge? Like, I remember being so proud of myself when I learned what smog was for the first time, but what is sludge? You get Grimer and everyone agrees, like, no, 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 no. No, I'm staying for an hour at least, Orpheus. I go with the extends. I am nothing if not extra. That's who I am. I don't have the notifications up. Okay. Number 24. It's toxic waste. Is that all sludge is? I thought sludge was something more interesting than that. Work in the morning, so I'll agree to that. You can all agree to whatever the hell you want. I'm doing it. I'm feeling weirdly awake and in the zone. I may at some point go and get something quick to eat, right? But like, no, we're doing this. We're hunting. I'm enjoying my life. This is happening. Stench? Sludge? That's me all over, baby! Let's do this! You ever think Route 1 rodents ever look at starters like pseudo legendaries and then go home and post on Rodent Chan about how sad they are to be a watchhog? I think Watchhog thinks that, you know, he's like the best thing ever. Like, I'll spend up until like 5 AM in Nora stream. Shh. I'm normally pretty tired with that though. I'm normally like falling asleep, but no, I'm feeling awake today, right? Today is the day. Today is the day we're doing this. We're gonna get Grimer. We're gonna get something blue that I haven't decided on which of the suggestions I'll go for yet. We entered the shiny endorphin high stage? Yeah! Let's get it on, like, after the 2 Sol Rock. Who can stop me? So tired for watching all night, I'm having a blast. You might destroy my sleep schedule, but I'll take you all down with me. Has become a shiny hunter? Probably not gonna hold, honestly. Once I've made this pride box, I don't think I have much desire to do anything else. We'll see though. What I might do instead is, if I have time, and if I have time, I might do a cute progress pride thing. Hopefully streaming. Thank you for the follow. I better head off, but I hope you have a good one. I'm not just gonna have a good one, I'm gonna have an insane one. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too. Have a nice day. Well, have a nice night, have a nice day, have a nice existence. I'm just feeling oddly full of energy and absolutely hyped for someone who stared at Yanma for 3 hours and then forgot what they look like. Happy time zone? Happy time zone! My hold account at Orpheus has 700,000 p-likes. Ready for a year-long stream. Honestly, I could believe, yeah, Kellogg's and Orpheus do type really similarly and they do get along and stuff, so I could believe they're the same person. We'll go back to Tim Talk, this means you'll get shiny. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Have fun on Tim Talk. Is that what the kids call it these days? Am I out of touch? What are you gonna do about it, Grimer? Orpheus over here? Orpheus, you have so many p-flakes. I will hear nothing about you being poor. 6 white guys named Tim posing with Dean and Trout as Tim Talk. That just sounds great, honestly. On the subject of white guys posting about Dean and Trout, don't forget this is a charity stream, and should you desire to donate, you can do so with !donate, and you can see the things I will do with !incentives. The money goes to Campaign for Southern Equality, who are aiming to make it so that the South of America can give everyone a fair and equal rights for everyone in the South of America, basically. Charlotte Mindmeld with the microplastics. Prodigal Sorcerer did, I forget. Well, I just zoomed right past. Prodigal Sorcerer did after getting kicked out of the Magic the Gathering core set. Relatable joke, relatable joke. I know loads about Magic the Gathering. There's like red magic, blue magic. And it's good to make a deck with 2 different colours. Kind of a plastic bottle. But BPA just adds to the taste, okay? Haze. Imagine getting Haze as an egg move. Haze is the weirdest ice move. I don't know why Haze is ice and not like dark. We started on Magic the Gathering, my wallet is suffering enough. Are you the Orpheus of Magic the Gathering? Because I've never seen anyone spend as much money on Fire Emblem heroes as Orpheus. It's just like, wow, a paycheck. Better spend that on orbs. Haze is the weirdest ice move. So, do you know the reason for it? You probably don't. Why would you? Haze and Mist are called Black Mist and White Mist in the Japanese version. That's why they're both ice. Oops. And that's why they do opposite things. Like, Haze resets all stat changes and Mist prevents stat changes. Woofed. That's a leg that has been sat up at that... That's a leg that has been sitting for a long time. Legs have been officially repositioned. Shadow Sneak. Oh, you gonna hit me with a move there, Grimer? Dare you. Dare you. Go on, do it. You won't. You won't. That's what I thought. The fifth on that question. Yeah, I thought that Haze and Mist thing was interesting, but it's like, I still just don't think Haze deserves to be an ice move. What a strange ice move. Haze was weird in Gen 1 as well. If the opponent used Haze, it thawed you out if you were frozen. It was one of the only ways to get thawed out of ice was to have Haze used on you. Why? Because in Gen 1 you didn't thaw out naturally over time. If you were frozen, you stayed frozen. Your Pokemon was basically just KO'd. You could create a successful outlaw format for Magic the Gathering, like for criminals to play. How much do criminals like blue mana? Alright, we're halfway done with, well, not halfway done with the Grimer. That's not how that works. We're halfway done to getting the Grimer up to boosted odds. 100 encounters for boosted odds is wild. I don't know how people can actually hunt full odds. Like, once I hit the 100, I'm like begging for a shiny every single encounter. I don't know how you could ever get up that high and just be like, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, just keep going. It's fine. It's cool. Like, get up that high and not know if it's gonna come close or whatever. Then again, I've had like 3 or 4 full odds with the shiny charm shinies over the course of this hunt, and it is absolutely bizarre. As long as I've not sanctioned my Wizards of the Coast for tourney play. Sorry, they're illegal cards in Magic the Gathering. Forbidden cards. Printed by nerds. Ban that. Oh, ban that. Oh, it's just ban this. Pot of Greed. What does Pot of Greed do? I can never remember. I don't know if they ever actually went over it in the anime. I can never remember what Pot of Greed actually did. And we had a... You can't just genuinely answer draw 2 cards. I know that's what Pot of Greed does. If you don't go along with a joke, you make me look like a fool. But we had a thing in my after school care. My next move, Pot of Greed. Right, Kellogg's knows what I'm on about. This is the worst timeline. But we had a Yu-Gi-Oh game on the computer in my after school care. Like after my parents, well, my mum and my stepdad both worked, so I had to go to after school care after primary school. I couldn't just go home. And we had a Yu-Gi-Oh game, and I do not know what it was called. Due to lack of research, you know what? No. Over, you can wait. Due to lack of research mainly, but you basically all you did was duel against Yugi. That was it. That was the game. And when you beat him, you got more cards that you could build your deck with. And it had like voice acting and stuff in it. But the more important part is that he cheated like hell. His deck had the pieces of Exodia in it. And if he wanted to draw them, he would. He would just place down Pot of Greed and be like, cool. Like, oh, whoopsie me. Looks like I drew all the pieces of Exodia turn 1. They're just like, ugh. It's like the amount of times I saw that Exodia animation. And you had to beat him to have a chance to get the pieces of Exodia. You had to beat him several times for the chance to be on an even playing field. Give me the Pokemon trading card game any day. I loved that game on the Game Boy. I actually used to play that all the time. The music's still in my head. I will not sing it. I was about to. I will refrain. I explain my whole thought process to a group who doesn't mess with Magic the Gathering at all. Yeah, we don't get it at all. I'm sorry. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just preparing for the turn 1 Exodia meta and Masters. Sorry, Orpheus, are you big Yu-Gi-Oh fan? I thought I was just like rambling at this point. I keep thinking there's things on my face, and there are things on my face. They are Pokemon. What do you think is the hardest Pokemon to evolve? It's actually a trickier one than it seems. A lot of people I think would just gun for Galarian Yamask, but I don't think it's hard to evolve. I think it's just awkward to figure out how to evolve it. My Dragon is a good contender just because of the tedium, but in terms of evolving a bunch of them, it tends to be fine by the time you get at the end of the game. I am gonna go with Feebas. Because unlike other trade evolutions, it has a pest of an item to find. It's actually quite hard to get multiple prism scales. And before it was a trade evolution, not all Feebas could even evolve. If your Feebas had certain natures that lowered stats, they were never able to be beautiful enough to evolve into Milotic. Evolving a bunch of Feebas, I think Feebas, by law of large numbers, becomes the hardest Pokemon to evolve. That's what I'm going to give it to. Maybe I'm forgetting something that's more tedious than that, but I can't think of anything right now. I think I'm going to have to give it to Feebas. Welcome on in, by the way. Was there a correct answer to that question? Look, Ridley, we don't talk about Mindy in this stream, okay? What's your slice of life Pokemon team? What? That's not a question that any human being can answer. Did I ever update it to say I'm hunting Grimer? Look, we're hunting Ekans and we're doing a terrible job of it, okay? Right, there we go. I am really bad at updating that to say what I'm hunting. Pokemon team if you aren't battling, just kind of living your life. I would want a Hypno. If I could have any Pokemon at all, actually, IRL, I would have a Hypno. Because I would love to be able to get proper sleep. Like, get the right amount of sleep, get a healthy amount of sleep. Would be fantastic. Is that currently hunting me the whole time, only did today? Okay, so it's not a big deal if I don't update it, evidently. No one's looking at it. Remember them at all? Mindy offers you a Haunter for a Medicham, and her Haunter is holding an Everstone. And after you do the trade, if you talk to her, she's like, "Oh, did my Pokemon evolve? Haha, just kidding, I gave it an item that means it can." Mindy! What's actually interesting is that there's two different kinds of trade evolution. It's programmed in as two different, programmed as two different evolutions. Basically, one of them is the one that, Graveler, Haunter, and Machoke use, and the other one is only on Kadabra. And the difference between them is... I'm gonna agree with Orpheus on that one, by the way. The difference between them is, Kadabra will evolve via trade even if it's holding an Everstone. And the other three won't. Why? That feels so accidental. I'm no longer trusting in my... No, let's just... Like, honestly, if Orpheus isn't gonna do it... Orpheus is slipping today. But yeah, like, why? They obviously coded that in on purpose. Is that a Gen 1 thing in every game? I think they fixed it at some point. But it's a thing for way more games. It's not a Gen 1 thing, because the Everstone doesn't exist in Gen 1, because there's no held items there. It's a thing up until like Gen 6 or something like that. I think they fixed it at some point, but it's really weird. I got a fact wrong earlier today, and now I'm very insecure about my things. I just mute the problem, I'm trying to be nice. Imagine just being referred to as the problem. Life would be so tragic. We're closing in on that big 1-0-0. Very excited about it. I don't... Stop being happy about shiny hunting. You are not a shiny hunter. You will never be a shiny hunter. You're just a person. You're just a person who happens to be shiny hunting. You're not a shiny hunter. You're not a shiny hunter. You're not a shiny hunter. So one of my laws you made up the chain? What chain? What? I didn't mess up a chain. Oh, the Yanma. We don't talk about the Yanma. We don't talk about the Yanma. Oh, to give in to the different coloured pixels? I just really want a shiny Grimer, but that doesn't mean I'm a shiny hunter. I want a shiny Grimer for the thrill of 3 seconds of looking at it and then putting it in the box to never look at it again. Isn't that how we all feel? That's not a shiny hunter thing. That's just a human thing. That's normal. It's fine. There's... What fun games do you want to play Radical Red again? Well, that's never gonna... That's not in danger of happening. Radical Red is very much a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. I diagnosed you with Shiny Hunter? Well, italicize my nostrils, because I've just been diagnosed. Well, ask my ass. If you come back from holiday and the stream title is still Shiny Hunting for Pride. It might be, but not because of shiny hunting, but just because I might actually just want to do more for the charity after holiday. Not because of shiny hunting, though. Not because it's fun or enjoyable. For charity. Ever heard that one before? Thank you, Lottie. Orpheus, can you go and do a Control F into my Discord conversation with you? For what I just said. I diagnose you with gay. Because you capitalized the bi part, it just looked like I blagnose you. It must still be melted. Orpheus, I don't think your brain ever truly unmelted, huh? Alright, Grimer. How many Grimer can there be in Pewter City? This is an infestation. I'm helping them. This is more than just shiny hunting. This is my civic duty. We did get that Yanma? We did get that Yanma. I was diagnosed with gay, and all I got was this t-shirt. whole bunch of Ekans here. Not anymore, Ridley. I saw to that. Rhymer 98. We're close to boosted odds. Do, 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 do. Haste. Haste makes waste, as they say. Patrick was Irish. St. Patrick was Irish? Oh, good for him. I'm happy for him. Okay, we now have boosted odds. We now have a 0.774% chance of any Grimer being a shiny. Do I know who Grimace is? He's one of the... He's like friends with the Hamburglar. Driving at snakes like him. St. Patrick drive at snakes, I think he's going for. Nick Brelly, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Admit it, you're a shiny hunter? No! No! You'll never get me to say it! It's a phase! He's friends with us all, but yeah. Look, I do not poach, okay? This isn't poaching. Because I said so. This isn't red. Which one of you gave me the mic? It was me, Kellogg's. It was me. Although, please don't spell my name wrong. I mean, just don't spell it wrong in that way. I hate Twitch flagging things that no one ever would have known existed. But, you know, I do kind of get why they have to. Charlotte, I love you. Charlotte, thank you for the sub. To quote the message above, thanks Charlotte, I love you. I had to refresh the stream and an ad popped out, never let that happen again. Normally when I'm not doing this, when I'm not shiny hunting for charity, I make sure that I run ads whenever I go to the bathroom or to get water. I run 2 ads before the stream begins. And I try and make it so that there's never ads for people while I'm playing games, basically. I try and make it so that because that's how Twitch ads work. Like, if you don't roll ads, they just roll them for you. So I try and do it like that, but I don't want to do that because I don't really want to monetize this for my gain. That's not what this is about. So I've been not doing that. I have a friend who keeps asking the Griff if they want to hear his favourite joke about the periodic table. I swear, if he doesn't stop, we are going to bury him. I love periodic table jokes. When I was younger, I learned the Element song. And it stayed in my head forever. I don't know why this is what I did with my time. The Element song, yeah, the one by Tom Later. Sure I've heard that one. Sing it for us? This feels like a trick. It's actually gonna be impossible for me. You know what? It's gonna be impossible for me to do with sound on, but I can just do that and you guys can still hear the game sound. Oh, but it's too awkward. You know? It's awkward without any music at all. Yeah, the Element song, we love Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know, I mean, if I've got karaoke for $50, I know, it's chip in $50, I'll sing it. It's only a minute and a half long, though, so it's probably not worth that. There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen, and oxygen, and nitrogen, and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, americium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, lanthanum, and osmium, and astatine, and radium, and gold, and protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium. There's yttrium, yttrium, actinium, rubidium, and boron, gadolinium, niobium, iridium, and strontium, and silicon, and sylvan, and samarium, and bismuth, bromine, lithium, beryllium, and barium. There's holmium and helium and hafnium and erbium and phosphorus and francine and fluorine and terbium and manganese and mercury and molybdenum and magnesium, dysprosium and scandium and cerium and cesium, lead, praseodymium and platinum, plutonium, palladium, potassium, potassium, polonium, tantalum, technetium, titanium, tellurium, and cadmium and calcium and chromium and curium. There's sulfur, californium and fermium, berkelium, and also mendelevium, einsteinium, nobelium, and argon, krypton, neon, radon, zinc, and zinc, and rhodium, and chlorine, carbon, cobalt, copper, tungsten, tin, and sodium. There you go. I haven't sung that in years, so I butchered it a bit. It's a bit tongue-twistery. Legitimately haven't sung that in like 8 years. Oh my god, I love you. Haven't heard that song in so long, I'm so impressed. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here all night, apparently. And add the latest element discovered. That's actually the next line I didn't sing. It's, these are the only ones of which the news has come to Harvard. And there may be many others, but they haven't been discovered. Hold on, that song is stuck in my head now. It's really good! Kellogg's, shouldn't you be using your powers for good instead of for evil? Oh. Alright, Spleen. You know what? Yeah, that seems about right for you. Indeed, I thought there was hope for the younger generation. Can we just talk about his Sunday night is like the weirdest night to do a really long stream for? This would have been much smarter for me to do Saturday night. It's not gonna be so useful to have my memory tanks. Literally, it's really useful for trying to name every element whenever that comes up. The only ones I trip on are obviously the ones that are newer than that, which is quite a few because that song's from like the 1940s or something ridiculous like that. 1970s maybe. It's so useful to have for whenever elements come up. You'd think I'd remember the existence of protactinium? I wouldn't. You know, chemistry go burr in college. I did not do chemistry at university, I only did chemistry in high school. I did get a B in advanced higher, and that means nothing to anyone who doesn't know about the Scottish education system. But it's pretty good. It's basically the hardest that chemistry could possibly get in high school. And just passing an advanced higher is actually seen as being very impressive because they're usually like first to second year university level stuff that we do in high school. It's like, if you're really good at this subject, you can do this to prepare yourself for university, and if you get good enough at your advanced hires, you can jump years in university. You can jump straight into second or even third year, if you're smart enough. So a B in advanced higher chemistry is very good. It doesn't sound good, but just passing it is impressive, so... Especially considering I only got a C in my higher chemistry, which is very bad. Those AP classes in the US, similar concept? Okay. But the US doesn't grade things similarly, like a B is always bad in the US, right? Whereas over here, we aim, like, as getting a C in any university class is generally, like, pretty impressive here. That's the level that we aim for with how things work here. Not STEM girl, that makes my brain hurty. I'm sorry. You're a neurotic nerd like me. Well, yes, I always treated a B as bad, but I don't really care about my high school exam results anymore. They literally do not affect my life. Let that be a lesson to any of you who are stressing about exams. It will not matter. I promise. Just do your best. It will not affect the overall outcome in your life if you do not get straight A's. I promise. Do your best, though. And the thing is that do your best can seem like a... Like, I don't know, like, I had a lot of classes that I didn't study for, because, I don't know, maybe a bit personal, but, like, I was very, very depressed in high school. I suffered very badly from depression. And it was very easy for me to put myself down and say, well, I didn't do my best, you know, I didn't even do that. And it's like, no, I did do my best. By even attempting the things I was doing, I did my best. Because of the situation I was in. Your best does not necessarily mean your best under your peak circumstances. It means the best that you're able to do with what you are currently able to give. And I feel like that's an important thing to remember. Alright, Jono, you want me to add the periodic table? Was it good, was it? Okay. Just for you, just for you. Add new command. Command name. Table. Okay, it is added. Cooking latte, a motivational speaker gig? Look, in some ways I'm quite thankful that I have not always had the best mental health state, right? Because it allows me to really be able to look back on the things that actually mattered and the things that got me down. Next to making my elements better. Jono DM me saying exclamation mark table. Who am I to fight him? Elements is way better though, yeah. BRB changing that real quick. Okay, it's now called exclamation mark elements. Jonah's better than me, so fair. Love the immediate lol, yeah that is, which I assume is a lol, yeah that is true. Hut 1, Village 5. Elements is way better. Well, it's now called exclamation mark elements. I changed it. I did a better bot. Like, no offense, stream elements, no offense, but sometimes you just do not hold out. Sometimes stream elements is just not what you need. You know, spleens, for the sake of everything, I'm just gonna go back to assuming you're talking about the Element song. If invested interest overperformed during the shiny hunting aspect of stream. As soon as I even remotely show interest in not shiny hunting, Jonah will slither away into the darkness. Lurking. Waiting. Is that for me? We did it! We found Ridley's end point! It's 3 AM! Well, 3 AM my time. I don't know what time it is over there. But Ridley gets up really early in the morning, so... Could be whenever. But good night, Ridley. Say goodnight to Lady Katana for me as well. We did it, chat. We did it! We outlasted him! Can't believe you've done this. After this many Grimer, one of them finally hits me with Shadow Sneak. I know they don't all have Shadow Sneak, but still, how rude. Right, that's one potential threat to the endless extends. But I believe extending is no, it's still on cooldown. It's still on cooldown. For the next 2 minutes. Oh wait, Ridley had no P-Flicks anyway. He gave me his Lottlers. He only had like 1k. You would not say? Oh no. Oh, 37. These Greymen are really getting up in the places when you consider this is Pewter City. I'll Soup the Squirtle. I wish you the best of luck with Soup. Alright, Grimer, come on. Come on. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. You know you wanna, though. You know you wanna. You know you wanna be shiny. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. He did not wanna. I've no idea how we're doing for Grimer, actually. 154. Okay, we actually have a way. At 100 is when we get our first increase, and then at 200 is when we get our final increase, because... 2 after this will be shiny? No, you're as bad as spleens! 15 minutes? No, it's no longer on cooldown. You're able to now redeem the extension should you so desire. I don't think you will. Okay, so that was Grimer number 1. Right? So this next one should be shiny according to Kellogg's? No, sorry, not this one, the one after it. I just want to see Grimer shine. We did it! We beat Orpheus! I knew you didn't have the guts to extend all night long. Oh, not Alolan Grimer. Because shiny Grimer is green. Or rather shiny Mach is green. And shiny Alolan Mach is like... not one particular color. I am hunting for a I'm hunting for a pride flag. So we're going for this as a green one. Whereas Alolan Grimer is, I don't know, it's not... well, Alolan Grimer is clearly purple, right? But Alolan Mach is many, many colors. Going to bed in like an hour? An hour, you say? That's okay, Orpheus, just admit that I won. I did it. Beat you to it. And to think I was prepared to go all night long. Just have work at 6:04 in the morning? No, it's fine, I understand. It's okay. You don't need to justify yourselves to us. I told you I would win. Heck, we didn't even hit all of the extents from before I removed the limit. This could still have been limited and no difference would have been made. This is completely handleable. I do kind of need this Grimer to be shiny soon, though. Like, that'd be grand. Please, I beg. I beg, I plead. I desire, I crave. Now we still have, Child, make her stay up all night. Hey, Orpheus, you can still redeem one and then leave. You don't want to spend your P-Flex. I knew this would be your weak point. You're shiny. I'm not a shiny hunter! I'm not! I promise! I just want a Grimer! Can I just catch an Alolan Grimer and be like, whoa! Shiny Grimer! Will people believe me? Oh, sure. That doesn't sound so confident. I feel like you might have doubt. You know, there's a small chance you may not in fact believe me if I did that. I like the implication that my reaction would be, whoa, shiny Grimer! As opposed to like, oh, okay. Like, I haven't had much of a reaction to most of these. I'm just kind of like, oh, cool. Yeah. Fun. I'm just trying not to be too smug and draw Orpheus's ire too much. Just very happy with the fact that I very much knew I would win that fight. Wasn't really a fight. But I knew I would win. I always win. This is part of why I had no fear of making extend stream no longer limited. It's because I kind of knew. I was like, nah, there's no way. There's no way it would ever be redeemed that many times in one stream anyway. Is that a challenge? Yeah. Kellogg's sending the same message, but like in reverse order. Top tier. Is this humor? I'm not even remotely ready to wind down. Like, I could genuinely do this all night. I feel that I have the energy in me for that. I don't know where it's come from, but I have it. Yeah, we're gonna get this Grimer. We're gonna get to work on the next shiny. I feel it. I still have what, like... Because I'm actually gonna be going for like 8 hours and 15 minutes as opposed to just like 8 hours. Because I was going for an extra 15 minutes when the first extend for an hour got redeemed. So that means there's still 23 minutes left. 23 minutes. Anything could happen. The next one is shiny. I paid a guy $9,000. Okay, 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 okay. 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 Yeah, sure. No, no, no. I believe you, I believe you. Right, let's go. Shiny Grimer, right here. $9,000. You got ripped off. I would suggest trying to get your money back. 181. Oh my god, what have I done? Next one is Shiny Fade 9001. We're not doing this. We're not counting up every number from 9,000 upwards. I'll hit the casino and triple it, don't worry. Oh yeah, because did you know that 70% of gamblers quit right before they win it big? That won't be me. No, no. We're shining. We're shining. Next one is not shiny. I got paid $18,001. Okay. Guaranteed not shiny. There. You did it. You nailed it. This is a lot better than the guaranteed explosion from earlier. I didn't care for that one. Hello, Grimer! What you got for me? Purple? That's not what we want! Okay, I forget where we're at. 185. Not even that close. To 200. On average, we should expect to hit a shiny at number 221, so... It's not like it's a 1 in 221 odd, though. I calculated that based on how it increases over time. Guessing over odds? Nah! Under odds. Like I said, it'll happen at 221. That's the average. That's when you go over odds. The Yama, I went to like triple odds. It was stupid. Yeah, we only hit odds at 221. Which is nice, because hardly any of the shinies so far have actually taken that long. Why did you at yourself when you said that? You know what you're talking about? Okay. You did at yourself though. You did, like you did though, like you did though. You can see it in chat. You should at yourself on my side. Look over here. Yeah, no, you can see it right up there. You can see it. You at yourself. You at yourself and told yourself not to hit on 17-year-olds. You at yourself. That's a thing that you did. Should Ian juice as it pronounced juke. It's actually two different words. It's spleen and stuke. The capital's in the wrong place. Or well, there is no capital, but you know what I mean. Not what you think it would be. Alright, Arj, almost out of PP. I get to switch over to someone else. That's the fun thing about getting to beat up the Grimer rather than just running away from the Grimer. I have to manage my PP. Spleen's jumping up front, yeah. Very necessary thunder. I assure you, officer, Thunderbolt would not KO that level 27 Grimer. Every time I talk about PowerPoints, I just know either you or Kellogg's will be immature about it. Every time. You gotta grow up. You gotta live life. I'm literally 14. Grow up faster. You'll love being old. It's great. Spleen's brain isn't even close to developed. True. And 15 next month? Good, and then turn 16 the month after that, okay? I want progress. At the moment, such high velocities made an indent in the hospital wall. That's like not even the first reference you've made to wombs today. I don't know how to feel about it. The less you talk about the event of your own birth, the better, I think. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything. Ah! I was like, are we actually gonna get all 10 thunders? No! Ah. The shareholders demand growth. So excited. I thought we were gonna get all 10 thunders. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to comment on it. Okay, how are we doing? 204. Okay, we've hit max odds. Which is 1.03%. Yep. And it'll stay there until we get one. It's not the least likely thing in the world, you know? It's still not great. But for a shiny, it's really good. And I think that puts into perspective the insanity of full odds hunters. Yeah, Kellogg's, you can't have the sword. I mean, asking for the mod sword is, in general, in pretty much any community ever, a good way to not get it. Marvel as I swirl my water around like brandy. Oh, a mod just sword? That actually reminds me. I need to at some point change my sub badges. I need to make custom ones. I just haven't had any idea for what to put in them, because normally you'd think guinea pigs, but the guinea pigs are just emotes, and also, how do I rank them? I mean, I already have a list in my head of my favourite guinea pigs, down to my least favourite guinea pig. You getting through this extra long stream? Orpheus, if I was drinking brandy, I'd be like, Orpheus, if I was drinking brandy... And I would certainly not have the energy to continue. I am not noticing any extents. I think I win. Said y'all have until 8 hours and 15 minutes. Except you actually don't, because to be quite honest, like, no, you do. Sure. shiny Grimer or not. Yeah, Orpheus, you really do have, you know, just... Yeah, you'd just be completely out of P-Flakes if you deemed that extend, eh? I think you don't have as many as you say you do. I think it was a game. A game of wits and you lost. I think you've secretly been betting them all on the wrong options in every prediction ever since the start. Imagine you're just like slamming your fist on your desk like, no, I have P-Flakes, I just don't want to waste them. It's 5 over odds. Oh great, that's what we love to know. I keep keeping track, I certainly do not do that. I keep a rough idea of my PP. A lot of slander over there, Lottie, whole lot of slander. Prove me wrong, Orpheus. Prove me wrong. Okay, fine. Oh my god, you got your E back. What? What? Eating juice not on estrogen? But... How? Also, I guess we aren't going for an extra hour. Egging on Orpheus does in fact work. Oops. So this is the max amount of time we would normally go for. Going for the full 9 hours here. Wild. If he's just sitting there fuming in my new era. Did you just change your username? No, you've had 0 timeouts. This is a different account. Officially over odds? Well, that just means it'll happen soon. Any more Lottie? To be honest, I was tempted to redeem the extend myself. I'm really feeling it. But I was like, does that cheapen it? Is it the same account? You've got no timeouts though. What? Wild. Okay, but if we're over odds, that means that Grimer, it'll be shiny soon. It's not gonna do the same thing Yanma did, after all. Edit your shiny. No! I'm not, I promise. So after Grimer, there's only 14 shinies left. Orpheus possibly falling asleep during this extend. The idea that if I should stream while you're not around, that you'd really like feel like you were missing out. That means a lot to me, Orpheus, I won't lie. You're like, oh no, I can't watch Lottie beat up Sludge for another hour. Gorsh! I'm glad to know that I make this somewhat entertaining. You do like being here. Maybe entertaining is the wrong word, but you know, you clearly want to be here. Oh, to beat up Sludge. Ode to a Grimer. Shiny hunting was right. I got yelled at for being on my phone too much for you? Aww. Orpheus. Did you even say hi to your family for us? We all said hi. Look, this is shiny hunting, yes. And I am shiny hunting for charity. Not because I'm a shiny hunter. Okay? Are we understood? checking. Oh, does community display my blight on it? Look, if you don't want to be a blight on community, I'm a charity shiny hunter. I will, if Nora hosts these events every year, I'll probably do it every year, but I'm probably not going to shiny hunt any more often than that. I may even take part in other events that may be hosted. Sure you won't. Honestly, I probably won't. Like, genuinely, it works for now, but this would bore me if it wasn't a novelty. Because right now it's such a novelty, right? Like, I have a goal. I'm like, I want to get 30. It's 7 days. But if I didn't have a goal, I would go, man, swallow and sticky hold. This is like the worst grimer. That egg move and ability combination. Kids just went on a rampage. Oof. Hope everyone's okay. You may even shunt. Oh, I thought for a second shunt was your shortening for shiny hunt. Can we do that? Can we call it shunting from now on? I'm a shunter. Okay. If Orbit runs out of PP, we have to go over to Bowsette, which I never like to do, because Bowsette takes a little bit longer than everyone else. No offense to her, she does her best. But she does take longer. You make me look like an idiot today. Me when shunt hunt. Trying to fold laundry, but my cat just lay down on my clothes. It's about shiny hunting. Yeah. Cats do that. Oh, to be a cat and to just love clothes, you know? Nice warm clothes. Yeah, I just need full attention for a bit. There. Children do tend to need full attention at least some parts of the day. You caught me mid-swallow. What was that horrible laugh? It was like a laugh when I was gasping for air. It was the ugliest laugh ever. I wish I was a cat. You gotta get the earphones, Charlotte. Anaphylaxis laugh over there. I was like choking on my swallow. Come on, Grimer. Be a pal. 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 Any new set of headphones, those look awesome. What brand are they? I just looked up pink cat ear headphones and I basically bought the first ones I could find. They have little uwu faces in here that I don't think you can pick up. They are Somic headphones. This is not a sponsored stream. But they are really good. Although I don't know how good the mic is on them. I don't use this. I use this mic here. This is muted. Like, at least God I hope is muted, otherwise you're probably just probably remembering the time in the trenches as I flicked it there. Yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog. Yums. And Grimer, what I'm really learning from this more than anything else is that Grimer has some ass egg moves. Sound a mouse makes when I hit it with a club. Which one? Thanks, Mike. Chat, eardrums explode. I don't want to get a pair of cat headphones. I get my own Cantonian shiny Meowth on sword. Ooh. Congrats. Is that a descendant of Cash? Congrats though. How did you hunt it? Was it full odds? Wow. No, it could still be full odds through an egg. Still be full odds through an egg. I'd guess Masuda though, right? Does anyone do full odds eggs? Is anyone here for that life? See the Navy SEALs copy pasta? No. I physically can't. I just can't do it. My mouth won't form the words. Sit and charm. Got it at 612 eggs. Over odds, but still nice. I actually don't know what shiny G-Max Meowth looks like. Although I assume you'd be going for Persian. Imagine people to have? Oh god, imagine doing a full odds egg hunt. Needed Riley's egg and Diamond Fail. I actually have a fun story about that. When Riley gave me that egg, at least, okay, this is how it looked like, at least. I don't think this is actually how eggs work. But I learned a new fact. That happened in my Platinum Nuzlocke years ago when I was a child. Riley gave me that egg and it had Pokerus. It's like, wow, Riley really is just this homeless guy in a cave giving parasitic eggs to strangers. Thanks, man. Yeah, but that taught me that eggs can have Pokerus. I didn't know that. Now, I don't know if the egg is actually what gave me Pokerus, or if I just got it from one of the battles in there. And it spread to the egg. I don't know, because I do know it can spread to eggs. But I find it significantly funnier to imagine that he gave me an egg with Pokerus. Even a shiny Alolan Meowth with that blue color? I've actually never seen shiny Alolan Meowth. Are you aiming for a shiny Galarian Meowth afterwards? So you gotta go for one of each? Did I miss something else? No, okay. Because we do love Berserker. Berserker is a friend. I don't recall having the most interesting shiny though. I'm pretty sure it's just like dark blue instead of grey. I don't know how nice the blue is. I just remember it was like a slightly odd color for them to pick. I would have completely changed it personally. If it's dark blue, I could actually hunt Berserker for the Pride thing. This game has every Pokemon from Gen 1 all the way up to Arceus, so I can hunt whatever I want. Hunts Grimer. Hunts Ekans. The point is, I have the choice, and I am making the conscious decision to hunt Grimer. I have complete free choice over all the Pokemon up to Arceus. 905 of them. And I've chosen Grimer. And how does it repay me? How does it repay me? That's right. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna refill my water while I'm there. I will be back. I will return. Enjoy these sultry tunes with your friend Grimer. I'm dropping a lot of frames tonight. Oh, weird. Did you just want to listen to the poker app while I was gone? Okay, I've learned that I can never leave again because it will just lead to Spleens and Kellogg's having conversations. While this one appears to have been fine, that's just not a thing I want to encourage. I mean, I say fine, it's still, like, it's entirely incomprehensible. I did unmute myself, right? Yeah. Never quite sure about that. I always have to give that one a jiggy double check. Should I actually unmute myself? I don't think I've ever... Are we coughing or are we not coughing? Which one is it, throat? You got joy for me or what? That's what I thought. Bedtime, I do have a gift for the viewers. What is it, Kellogg's? Anyway, yeah, I don't think I ever have, like, just sat down and not unmuted myself. I've done the opposite, where I've thought I was muted. And I've sat down and I've like hummed to myself or sung to myself, because I do that a lot in my spare time. Oh my days, the extent stream is taken. Yeah, it becomes active again in another 28 minutes, Kellogg's. God, you're still going? Yeah. People keep extending the stream. I removed the limitation on it. We're just going. Like, there's no limits on it anymore. It's just every 45 minutes. But outside of that, nope. No limits. Messed it up for Kellogg's by hazing me. Kellogg's would have been too late. I would have ended by now. It is on cooldown, right? Yes, it is on cooldown. Okay. Yeah, I would have already been gone. I would have been out of here. Kerchow! Pizzazz, as they say. Love tasting Orpheus. We have Purple Slug, we have caught shiny Yanma, Whalmer, Solrock, Shroomish, and Ekans today. We're currently after Grimer, which is going to appear in the next couple encounters, I reckon. Like, Grimer's feeling it. You know? I think Grimer's feeling it. If anyone's feeling it, it's Grimer. You like Goopy Boy? We all like Goopy Boy. We want to give Grimer a hug. So how are you, Purple Slug? Have you been? What things have you seen? What sights have you seen? What people have you heard? What songs have you sung? So I think we figured out why I had so much energy that one stream when I had loads of energy. It seems like, I don't know, maybe sleep deprivation turns me absolutely insane. Alolan Grimer's first time using replacement stream? Same. I used an Alolan Muck. When I played through... I think it might have been Ultra Moon rather than Moon though. Kellogg marching team has extended the stream by 11 hours. Oh yeah, that's definitely yeah, I'm running ESO. ESO. A lot of fun to use in PvP and Let's Go. Oh, do people play PvP and Let's Go? But yeah, Alolan Muck's just really good. Shockingly. You wouldn't because it has the exact same Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. There's not the cocaine. Orpheus, I have never done drugs in my life. I'm sorry, I'm really boring. I'm not doing the Scottish people proud. You did enjoy playing singles with no abilities or items? Just sounds awful. Yeah, it's amazing how just adding the dark typing to Buck made it so much better. Like, that's it. They had the same stats. They just add the dark typing and boom, good Pokemon. It's actually astonishing. Okay, sweet dreams. Gamers, happy Pride. Happy Pride! Not just to Kellogg's, but to everyone in chat. This is the first Pride I've ever gotten to really take part in. I've not really been openly LGBT for most of my life. And yeah, it's not been a thing I've done. Like last couple years I've actually been openly LGBT, but I still haven't had a chance to take part in Pride. Because I don't like going outside. But this is really fun. Just Spleen's Juice. Like a Doki Doki Literature Club kind of threat. But no, this has been really, really nice. This is my first time getting to do this sort of thing. What I was going for? Well, I see your references. I get them. I don't understand their relevance, but I see them and I get them. Woo woo! Am I right? Is me an active chat now? No, it isn't! Are you just saying that because you and Jono have the same color and you're trying to mess with my head? Orpheus is probably still awake. Charlotte's still alive. Probably. It does indeed say Spleen's Juice, yes. I'm lost. You're strange is what you are. What are you lost with? Have you lost your way in life? Does Spleen's Juice actually exist? I don't know. This is how I worry I seem in other people's streams. Just got addressed by my real name on Twitch, that's crazy. What? I called you Spleen's Juice. Right, you're not so much distracting me as throwing me the hell off. Come on, Grimer. Come on, Grimer. Be shiny. Da-da-da-da-da. He stood on that. He took the shininess out of this Pokemon. He stepped on this tile and he stole it. That bug catcher just... He robbed me! I have been thieved from, and I do not appreciate it. Woo woo! He did it again! He actually did it again! Why would he do such a thing? Why? How dare you? How absolutely dare you? It's 173 grammars. You'll definitely have a color. Okay, okay. I'll count. 1. Save on the shiny grind set. It is completely normal to hunt for shiny Pokemon for 8.5 straight hours. I am not on a shiny grind set, okay? This is the ordinary amount of shiny hunting your average citizen does. Hold on. What time is it? It's 3:46 AM. This is when most people shiny hunt. This is ordinary. I hope you know I'm counting down, by the way. I'm counting every grammar. I feel bad for you? No, I wouldn't still be doing it if I wasn't having fun. I'm having a great time. Like, I don't have anything to do tomorrow, so I may as well, right? Just go all out. We'll get a shiny. We'll get a grammar. It's coming. Only 168 encounters to go, apparently. Pauline, welcome back. I hope you got food. No fun. Punch me in the face. I don't know if that statement works with fun. Let me add an encounter number on the screen to compare how long each one took. Do you know how much effort that'd be to add? I can't give you a Pokemon fact about you because you're not a Pokemon. But I do appreciate you wasting 500 P-Flakes. Now, see, the thing is, if I actually counted the number of Pokemon in each attempt, I would go mad. I would go mad seeing that little number go up. I'd be like, that number's so high. I should really push a button to increase the number. To be honest, I actually don't know how to do a counter. Okay, fine, you got me. You called me out. I wanted to implement one for many of my runs before. I wanted to count the number of whiteouts. And I couldn't figure out how to do it, so fine, you got me. Are you happy? You happy, Jono? You made me look like a fool on the internet. Just give a small little dude a little fact. Your fact is that you have an E now. Yay. The counter soundboard is a good one. I mean, don't be wrong, I probably didn't do as much research into it as I could have. But still, seeing that number would make me sad. I'd be like, 7,000 Grimer? Got a text box. No. No. No! No! I'm not a shiny hunter! Yes, I'm hunting for shinies. 4 AM in the morning. And I have been for the past 8.5 hours straight. That doesn't mean I'm a shiny hunter. Hydrate, thank you. Is that you spending the last GP plays? Oh, okay, flexing, are we? Flexing. Oh, that feels good. Oh, it's been hours. Oh, it's been hours. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a happy spine. Oh. Okay. MMP Flick Greater. There is no way you accidentally typoed in as a radio. No one believes you. Orpheus, I'm proud of you for still being awake. I do. No, you don't. Orpheus, I'm proud of you for still being awake, by the way. How much longer do you think you can last? Or rather, a better question is, how much longer should you last? No one's got me, no slugs got me. Can I get an amen? Come on, Grimer, you know you want to be shiny. Amen. You just give an amen to your own thing. Is that what just happened there? Okay, Grimer, let's go. You and me, you and me. I stopped counting, by the way. I saw what happened with the counter. Don't make me turn on slow mode. I will. Okay, 28 Shadow Sneaks and then we're out of Obert. I don't think any Pokemon apart from Yanma has ever drained an entire team's PP. And Yanma was a bit different because I couldn't hit it with my myriad of ground moves. And I didn't... My eye is so itchy. And there were a couple other moves I couldn't take it out with, whereas Slugma. Grimer can be taken out with anything. So this will be impressive if it actually uses up all my PP. Where is the eyelash? There's like an eyelash in my eye and I wish it would not be there. You'll scare off other people, you silly little grandma. Seems to have kept spleens up past his bedtime. Ah, that might be an explanation for it actually. He did mention he was 14. That answers the question. Maybe I've shifted into my natural form. Unshift. Shift to bed. Shift yourself. T10 hours? Why does that mean your natural form? Couldn't be me, couldn't be me. Yeah, do look after yourselves. You know, I might be insane enough to keep going, but that doesn't mean you gotta be here. Don't be wrong, I would stop if there was no one here, but... Like, at this point, I feel like it's insanity to go by myself. Come on, Grimer. 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 Come on. Grimer. 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 Another pulling all night if you are. Alright, Charlotte, I'll see you on the other end. Let's just do this, right? I'll just stream through until tomorrow's stream. You still killing Hell's beautiful Yamas? Nope, we've caught Yanma, Wailmer, Solrock, Shrimish, and Ekans. We're currently after Grimer. welcome back. Ow. Caught my nail on my chin. On my chinny chin chin, no less. Do I have a spot? I can't tell. I don't think so. No, I just caught my nail. Oh, my fellow goobers. Look, I have to so that we can get a green one. You understand. Yeah, we have a... I've done a thing that I should probably not have done, but I'm feeling it, right? I'm feeling awake and alive. And I have made it so that, the extend command, the extend the stream command, has no limit to it anymore. The stream can be extended by an hour. Infinitely. If people are willing to just keep going with it. And we're gonna do it. Green Grammar, take me as your prisoner, stop killing my brothers. Oh, you better show up then. I'm just seeing purple ones. I'm gonna keep slaughtering purple Grimers until a green one shows its face. Shiny hunting? No, there's no shiny hunting, okay? I'm just a silly little girl. Just a silly little girl playing Pokemon. Just a wacky little lass. That's all I am, a wacky little lass. Dating app for gay piles of sludge called Grindr. I don't really know anything about Grindr. I just had the biggest hit of deja vu and I don't know why. I'm gonna take the opportunity to divert the conversation away from what I was going to. I'm gonna change the past. Yeah, I don't have experience with any dating apps, like at all, but especially not Grindr. I unfortunately do. Is it any good? Is it well organized? I'm on Grindr. Fingers crossed for you, Google. I know you'll find the sludge for you. But can I find the sludge for me? After 2 hours of hunting Grimer? No, I got deja vu from talking about Grindr. And I've never talked about Grindr before, because when would it have come up, you know? Was her name Ekans? Her name is opposite? Okay, so her name was Snake. I forget who started the muck backwards as Snake thing, but it's an official piece of Guinea Lottie lore. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Grimer. 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 Well done. No timeout? I don't think so. This one. But like, if you could, you know, just, you know, like, you know, just, I still like, Han, I want a Grimer! I just want a Grimer! Han, I am still awake because for some reason I am full of energy. And as a result, I lifted the restriction from my extend stream redeem. There are now no limits on it. It can be redeemed as many times as people desire. So far it has been redeemed 4 times. I'm personally hoping for a 5th because we've been hunting Grimer for like 2 hours. How much Yama? We caught Yama. We've had Yama, Wilmer, a Solrock that blew up and then another Solrock, and a Shroomish and an Ekans. But I want a Grimer. And I'm honestly so full of energy, I'm debating just going and going and going and going, right? Just stream on through to tomorrow. Yes! It's crime time! Shiny saw it blew up on you. It did! The first one used explosion. Grime time, baby! We are done grinding. Googlom, I already have a Grimer called Googlom. Is this really what you want to do with yourself? I'm pretty sure we already have one in this save. Nuh-uh? Okay. Time for blue and purple? Time for blue and purple. He makes a valid point. No. Okay, I need a blue Pokemon. We need to pick one of the ones that was suggested earlier. Psyduck, Ralt, and something else that was more interesting than those two. I can't remember what it was, so clearly it wasn't more interesting. Yeah, let me just check this real quick. Oh no, it's called Steven! Steven the Grimer! Steven! What is it called Googlom? It's Nora herself! Okay, I'm sure I had a Googlom. Maybe I didn't. Porygon is blue? Yeah, it was not Porygon. Lone Sandshrew? I could do a Lone Sandshrew. What was it with the blue, though? Something was blue. Like, something was blue that I was considering. I can't remember what it was. Oh. Pixels with the $24. Does anyone have a clip of Solid exploding? Yeah. Yeah, hold up, I'll get you one. Swalot! It was Swalot that was fascinating and different. Oh, Jono, thank you very much. Oh, don't do that one. Recent. We have our Grimer now. I will grab you your clip really quickly. If it was labeled anything. Yeah, shiny Solrock. Okay. I think you have someone from Ireland asking for a friend. They will talk in an Irish accent. Assuming work does not choke slam me, but updating the Discord with all the fun clips from recently. Oh, Orpheus, that would be amazing, thank you. Was locked and loaded without redeem, by the way. The slime PNG YouTuber, my Pokemon has to be Grimer. Okay. Fair and valid. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna check where I got, You know what, I don't want to do Gulpin immediately after Grimer, but I do want to do Gulpin. You know what, in honor of Orpheus, I will do Ralts, actually. This Ralts is interesting because it could evolve into one of either. Route 24 for Ralts. Route 24. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Route 24, 24, 24, 24. Sounded good to me. Sounding good, sounding good. Let me just check that both of Ralts' shinies, both of Ralts' evolutions do stay blue. Gardevoir, Gardevoir, Gardevoir. That's Mega Gardevoir. That's no use to anyone. Yeah, okay. That is blue. And Gallade. Yeah, they're both blue. It'd be weird if they weren't. You shiny hunting in this game now? You're doing something else? We are just shiny hunting in this game, right? Googlom, this is a charity event. I am shiny hunting as part of. There are numerous hunters, and yeah, we're raising money for Campaign for Southern Equality, who aim to make a more equal way of life in South America. So donation link there, and there's an incentives link there. Destin just wanted to know. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Actually, before we start with the routes, we are going to spin the Wheel of Mayhem. After I evolve this Grimer, I forgot to do that, hold up. Oh no, I left the PC on! I beat out too quickly. South of the United States of America, not South America. Oh, sorry, did I say South America? Look, I've been really good with it before now, I promise. Sorry, when the hell does Grimer evolve? Level 40? Sorry, I did not mean to say South America. Yeah, we'll put a sticker on as well, actually. It's 24. Sure. We will grab Toxel, because I don't really care about Toxel. You feel me? Does anyone like Toxel? I didn't think so. Spalda. That's me IRL. I feel that, I feel that. Venom Drench? No, you can't learn that, it's terrible. It feels weird sticking on a sticker with the other side of my tongue. Okay. Oh, this is so cute, just don't let it near ground type. Look at these lovely green shades we've picked so far. What a goopy gal. What a goopy lass. Okay, I'm gonna, as always, as I am insecure. Right. Bonk, 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 bonk. But not Yanma. No, we don't care about Yanma. We don't talk about Yanma. Right. What we got? Not bloody Squirtle again. We've never had Pokemon Cries! Okay. Let's see how this goes. What generation do we want to do Pokemon Cries from? Like, genuinely. What gen? I feel like they're way too easy outside of Gen 1, but maybe that's just me, or is this just me? 3? You feeling 3? 9? No, that's not there. That's not one of the options. I don't know why Gen 9's not here yet. Maybe they're working on it. I mean, 3 sounds good to me. I'm good with 3. Like, we vibing with 3? I don't think... Like, there's no one who's going, oh god, no, not 3! So I think 3's fine. 3. Last call? I clicked it now. Okay. What the hell is that? Must be Sharpedo. Of those options. Okay. That's Torchic. I know that one. Yeah, it's Aggron. That must be Surska. I'm trying not to look at the Pokemon because they'll influence my thinking. I'm not doing it to make it harder. I'm trying to narrow it down in my head first because I don't want to be like, see Glalie and think, oh, it must be Glalie, for example. I'm not very smart in the head like that. No, not very smart. Oh, I know that one. I do know that one. Shoot, what is it? Shroomish, yeah. I do know that one. Gee, I wonder why I know that one. That's Pelipper. That's Trapinch. I don't actually know if that's Solrock or Deoxys. always just highlight the first one, or does it highlight the right one? It doesn't sound grand enough to be Deoxys. I think Deoxys are more of a spatial scream. Let's ship it. You know Solid by now? You'd think. That's nose pass. 9 out of 10. Darn. You know what? I think we'll do 2 of those. That's quite fast. Another gen? I mean, the only gen people actually wanted was 3, but you know, I can do 3 again if people want. I can do a different gen. 4? 4. Okay, 4. Let's go. Just fight into it. That's Empoleon. That's Turtwig. That's Gastro. I've never heard that bit at the end. I've never heard that. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Spiritomb. That must be Shieldon. That must be Arceus, right? Because it can't be Heatran. He don't have more of a roar. That's Luxray. Porygon's sad. That's Finian. That's Primplop. Where were Again? Okay, fair. I did go through it quite quickly. So what? This is Arceus. Yeah, see, Charlotte, I don't think you were right. Okay. What gen? I mean, Indie Retro really wants Gen 1. Like, does anyone else? I'm so impressed by how fast you get these. I just know them. Gen 1 is probably the hardest one. 5. Gen 5? Okay. That's Dilber. That must be Archeops. That's Orwa. That's Cinchino. I don't actually know what this one is. I'm gonna guess Crocodile. I'm not confident on this one. Chandelure. That must be Axew. Swoobat. That must be Herdier, but this sounds weird. I thought Herdier went like woof woof. Kellogg's, I thought you went to bed. I don't actually know what either Electric or Excelgor sound like, though. I'm gonna go with Excelgor, because I don't think it's Herdier. I literally don't even know what that is, so I'm guessing Fungus. 9 out of 10. That was pretty good, actually. That was pretty good. Alex, did you come back just to extend stream by another hour? Alright, okay. We'll do another hour. Good night, Kellogg's. That was actually really fun, the sound quiz. I'm only gonna do 3. I'm not gonna go too crazy with it. Okay, they don't sound similar at all, but I literally didn't know what on earth that last one was. I get worse at the cries the further into the games we go, I think. Could have been anything. Ciao, Charlotte. Ciao, Kellogg's. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Thank you for stopping. Volume is maybe a bit quiet. That feels more right. Okay. Right, let's just get back to it. So we caught Grimer. We were going for Ralts next. Ralts. Little blue boy. And it was on Route 24. I remember it well. I said it multiple times over to ensure I remembered it. Okay, Ralts can't be hit with dragon moves, but that's okay because we never like to bring out our dragon type anyway. So problem solved. So Route 24 is this one over here, right? Eh? Oh, this one here then? I've not done any hunting on this route, actually. Dragon Rage is such a weird move? Yeah, definitely. Did you know they cut it from Gen 8? Like, Dragon Rage doesn't exist anymore. It's just really funny to me that the only dragon move in Gen 1 no longer exists. There are no dragon moves that have been in every single game in the series. It shares this distinction with the steel type. Why? They cut a bunch of moves in Gen 8. I don't know why. If I knew why, I'd have asked them not to. Gligar! Wow, this is where I caught this? It's not, though. Must be really rare here. Maybe your favorite is Dragon Rage? Really? That's your favorite move? Exit wasn't enough. Yeah. I still don't know why they cut moves. I'm joking. Like, some of them it's like, okay, I can't. It's a metal sound. I have some really bad news for you. I'll call it as Gliscor. Shiny Gliscor is like, it's like a bluish color. I already have all the blues filled out though. Oh, Trace, you're not gonna make this take forever at all, are you? Woo-woo. It probably helps with the fact that I do their cries every time I see them, eh? Maybe special defense Screech? I actually don't know if they did, I made it up. This is gonna be me someday? What, Ralts? Or shiny hunting? What's gonna be you, Orpheus? Snarf, snarf. Could you, Lottie? I don't think shiny hunting Ralts. Well, Orpheus, marvelous, I just do it real quick. I'll probably evolve into a Gardevoir either way, let's be real here. I'm not one to push gender values upon my Ralts. Although actually Gallade is really good in Radical Red. Like really, really good. They buffed Gallade massively. They gave it sharpness before sharpness existed. They gave it a unique ability called Blade Master that increases the damage of cutting moves by 20% and gives them an extra level of crit rate. It's like it's a completely different buff over the one that Gallade has in modern day. Well, because the one Gallade has in modern day is stupid. And Gallade is seeing an actual niche in usage right now. Which is nice for it, I'm proud of him. Give it sharpness gen anyway. Well, the sharpness is different. Sharpness is a plus 50% to damage, and Blade Master is plus 20% to damage, but plus 1 crit rate. They're different. Sharpness is better. It's actually weird to see an official Game Freak ability be better than the fan-made one. But sharpness is just so silly. Like, it makes Terrapsychic Gallade Psycho Cut just destroy. Honestly, I say sharpness is better. But Blade Master comes with the fact that most of these moves already have an increased crit rate. Like, it increases Psycho Cut to be a 50% crit chance, and bumps it up to 84 base damage. Like, that's actually really good. Not too sure which is better at the end of the day. But because your Gallade can't hold a Scope Lens at the same time, it can't get guaranteed crits. Can't hold a Scope Lens because you'll be holding that Gallade out, baby. Not that I know what it is. It is officially 4:20. 20 past 4 in the morning. I wonder when the sun will rise. This is, I believe, the longest stream I've ever done. I believe, at least. I don't think I've ever done longer. Glade in Gen 4, I actually lost it. Used to be my favorite Pokemon. I remember seeing it for the first time in the anime. I don't remember if it was in a film or something. It was just kind of there. I was like, whoa, that looks like Gardevoir. And my mom was like, yeah, I think they're adding a branching one in Gen 4. I think it's Psychic Ice or something. Oh, Trace, my beloved. There's nothing tedious about Trace like every battle. I swear the Ekans all had Intimidate like every battle as well. It was like, could you don't though? Like, would you mind? Like, you don't need to have Intimidate every battle. Current hunt needs updating. Thank you. I always forget. I knew I was forgetting something. We are hunting Ralts. Okay. I mean, I've been updating the hunt, like, somewhat decently today. Today's been better than other days, I would say. Stupid dumbass bad drawing of soup. What a normal sentence. Are my drawings on one page or not? None of us can decide your artistic vision or passion. For a long not like soup the food. Yeah, I know what you were going for, but I still think it's a really funny message with no context. Okay, big fingers crossed we get Ralts today, because if we get Ralts, that leaves us with only 13 Pokemon left across 3 days. That's much better than where we were at before. You know, although I think you should draw. I think you should do a drawing of Soup the food. I think that's very important that you do that, actually. Like, how do you draw Soup? It's just like liquid with chunks. You know, it occurs to me that if we don't stop soon, I may actually end up at the point where I have to put stickers in places that I don't know where to put stickers in. Like, I still have... No, I don't. There's something here already. What is it? What is on my head? There's some sticker there of some description. I'm not actually sure what it is. I'm just drawing up a soul can. Who is soul? And can? Soup. Orpheus, I literally thought soul was like some sort of brand of soup in America. So I didn't believe you. Are you referring to the one by Andy Warhol? Ralts gets Shadow Sneak as an egg move? Of all the ways for this Pokemon to learn Shadow Sneak, that never really occurred to me. What does it get if I'm breeding with? What amorphous Pokemon? Maybe Ghastly? I used to love Andy Warhol when I was a child. I don't know why. I just did. Because I guess I decided I might as well at least like one public figure. Like everyone else liked singers or footballers or whatever, and I just had no interest in that. So Andy Warhol is who I picked up on for some strange reason. And I remember once in primary school we were asked to write about someone that we admired, like someone famous. And it was like, okay, well. And I wrote about Andy Warhol because I had no idea what else to write. And this was only like primary 2, we're like very small, we're like 6 or 7. And I still am haunted by the fact that the teacher was after we handed them all in, basically, the next day she was just like, right, okay, remember, because we handed them in and then we're going to work on them again the next day, basically. She was just like, okay, remember, to actually, you know, write a lot and write about something, like, interesting. Because, you know, there was one person who wrote, like, you know, oh, I like Andy Warhol because I like his paintings, and that's just not enough, and it's like, could you not put me on full blast like that? Like, at least make something up. I felt so attacked. So, I know, right? Like, I like how I don't remember anything I wrote, I just remember that. And but I do remember thinking that what I'd written was pretty good. But it was like, okay, right, alright, okay. I don't even know if he did paintings. I don't remember that much anymore. Just remember liking him as a child. I have fallen out of anything. I feel like he did paintings, right? Maybe? I don't know, he drew stuff. Maybe it's because I like his drawings. I have no idea what I wrote. No, it was paintings. It was paintings, she said. I remember her saying it. I don't remember her name, but I remember her saying it. Maybe I wrote complete garbage. Maybe that was why she was reading that out. But, yeah, it was just like, oh my god, what a... Like, it didn't matter who she did that with, okay? Someone was getting a personal attack that day. And they didn't deserve it. Savage? It was absolutely savage. It was so savage. Our teacher in middle school made fun of me in front of the class. My handwriting was too big. Oh, that's just never what you want. I had a teacher in high school make fun of me once for my handwriting being really messy, when every other teacher was like really liked my handwriting. Because my handwriting's not neat, right? It's not. I have what has been referred to as genius handwriting. But I had teachers in primary school kind of try and fix it and teach me cursive, and then I had teachers in high school basically be like, no, I really like this because everyone else writes in cursive and I can actually read what you've written because you formed the letters individually. It turns out bad cursive is an awful lot better. Or, well, it's not cursive, is it? Is that what you call joined up handwriting? Is that the official name? Joined up handwriting is what I'm talking about, but it turns out bad joined up handwriting is much worse than just regular bad handwriting. It's like, ill praised. Or else I'm gonna grow on you in a second. So I could read my handwriting unlike some of my doctors. No, look at us classmates. Got made fun of by a patient for those two messages back to back like that. That is art. That is art. I know, I hate that there's this like correlation that, you know, how good your handwriting is correlates with like how smart you are or whatever. Like there's kind of this unspoken, it's just like, oh, your handwriting's bad, you must be dumb. Unless you're a doctor, in which case you get away with it. It's like, please stop calling people out for their handwriting if you can actually read it. Like, it's absolute snobbery, I'm gonna be real about that. Definitely is. If you can read it, it's fine. There's way worse things in the world. Like whenever you'd have to read out in English class, and I would do fine. Because I can read. And it was just shocking how many of my classmates seemingly couldn't. You know, have like the finger underneath and they'd like say out every word and stuff, and it's like, really? All of you? This is so strange. I just feel like it took forever. So that feels like more of an issue that's going to come up. Because I feel like there's not enough focus on reading out loud. Ever. Because you're basically just told to sit down and shut up. I know there'll always be issues with people with dyslexia and stuff, but that was not the widespread problem we had. The widespread problem we had is that I liked to read to myself. So I'd practiced keeping up my voice with what I read. I'm pretty good at it. But it's still an issue you'll see today if you look at like YouTubers trying to play video games or whatever. They'll either fall behind or they'll misread the text and stuff. It's a genuine issue that follows through. I find it quite fascinating, to be quite honest. It's possible dyslexia is more of a spectrum than we give it credit for as well, I don't know. That's why I'm not hard judging, like teachers do with handwriting. Orpheus, big proud of you for still being awake, but shouldn't you be going to bed? When I told my 3rd grade teacher no one use cursive and I got older. And you were right. My dad used to write in cursive and that was about it. And I couldn't read his handwriting. It's seriously like it's like a different language. Like honestly, it's just so different. I was so bad at reading out loud. I was horrible when we did Shakespeare in class. That's why I was taking the piss in front of players. That teacher believed me. I was like, oh yeah, totally. Seriously though, it was a large amount of people in my class just took forever to read things out. It was so strange. Is that my soup drawing for you in the Discord? Oh, thank you. I'll check it after. I'll be sure to. I always check all of the Discord. 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 I always check all the posts in there after I'm done streaming. Wait, do you mean you're drawing off like soup as the food or soup as the Pokemon? I took a set to occupational therapy for writing. I was in 3rd grade. Oh, thank you, Jono. That's true. You can use !Discord to see the Discord. I always forget about that. I always forget to say that. !YouTube and !Twitter are also commands that exist. You have interest. Soup as the food is in general, soup the Pokemon is an off topic. I was wondering which one we've been blessed with. Routes. I'm a real following Scrimblow. Are you though? Out of all the scrimblos that scrimble, are you the one that follows the rules the most? Is that what you would say you are? Ralts moment. Absolutely. It's in the Discord server. If you could follow them here too, that would be grand. Already at 60 on Ralts, we're doing well here. I think we'll get our shiny Ralts actually pretty quickly. Okay, what happens when Ralts goes into Overgrow? Nothing! Nothing happens when Ralts goes into Overgrow! Because it won't have any grass moves. Because it doesn't learn Magical Leaf until it's a Curlier for some reason. So that's how I remember it being. Maybe they changed that in future gens. I don't know, I don't know. I don't know everything. I'm just a normal human person. Being. That's me. Wow! Wow! Heal pulse again, really? Twice in a row? I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me at all. The Scrimblow to Scrungle skill, where do I pay? Where do I place? Hey, it is 4:30 AM. I can't be answering questions like where do I place on the Scrimblow to Scrungle scale? You're gonna break me! My headphones are already kind of digging into my brain. I'm moving back. Now you're moving forward. Get back on land. So that's why I asked. I mean, how does that scale function? No, I don't want. No, you're an absolute scrungle. You know you are. Why even ask? Absolute scrungle. You'll pulse again, 3 in a row. Son is currently on his balance bike with a bucket on his head in the lounge. Here for it. Absolutely. Like, that's how you bike. That's how we do it. When we bike, we bike. You always wear a helmet when biking. Clang the bucket. That would actually really hurt, by the way. I don't know if you know that. But yeah, that would genuinely really, really hurt you. Shadow Sneak? More like Dead Ralts, haha. See me rolling? Is the bucket, like, fully over his head? Like, completely obscuring the entire outside world? It's a form of sensory deprivation, but like, to really feel the bike. Destiny one? Oh god, what if I get one with Memento? We can have Memento as an egg move. What if we get a shiny with Memento? I do not want a repeat of Solrock City. It was not a nice city, I would not go back. 1 out of 10 on TripAdvisor. Like a hat with a lip on his forehead. Okay, so we're going for like character design more than safety hazard. Okay. You know, I can vibe with that. Yeah, Orpheus knows. Orpheus loves hitting people with baseball bats. Orpheus sneaks up behind them in dark alleyways and goes snorf snorf into their ears. That's the last thing they hear. That's a true Orpheus fact. I don't know when snorf snorf became the Orpheus noise, but it is what it is. Maybe that should be my private nickname for Orpheus rather than my public nickname. You just got snorfed. It's the last words my grandmother ever heard. Okay. It's squarkin' time. Decidueye just has a really deep, slowed down version of Ralts' cry. And you know I'm right. You know I'm right. Monenya, thank you very much for the follow. Don't know if I'm saying that right, but I do as I can. But yeah, Ralts goes like, woo woo, and then Decidueye's like, woo woo. I know none of the cries, but always play Pokemon on mute. Ah, you gotta know those cries. Yeah. Woo woo. Monenya, I got it right. Hey. Oh no, I didn't get it right at all. You write it out phonetically, and I read it out in exactly the same way I do. Sorry, Monenja. Okay. Welcome in, Monenja. How are you doing today? You were close? Yeah. It's just the fact that I like got it wrong and then got it wrong again. Yeah, welcome in. How are you today, Monenja? Get ha and yeah for that last G sound a lot. That is fair. I was like, oh, I don't want to say Monenja because it's probably like Monenya. It's like, I'll be all fancy, and I was wrong. Risk versus reward, you know? Like, if I got it right, you'd be like, whoa, no one ever gets it right, you know? And I'd look really smart and cool. But unfortunately, that's not how that went down. We are shiny hunting Pokemon in Pokemon Radical Red for charity. Part of the PKMNpride event on Twitch. We are hunting Grudge. We are hunting we are hunting for a full box of shiny Pride Flag Pokemon. That makes sense. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. 5 times over. Fill out a box. We're currently on blue number 3 with Ralts, and I'm aiming to get the entire box filled in the first 7 days of Pride. Because after that I go on holiday. This charity that is being covered here is Campaign for Southern Equality. And they are aiming to make equal life and rights for everyone. Campaigning for that. In the south of America. Which I'm pretty sure I said last time. And I did not say South America. Pretty sure I maybe just stumbled on it. But yes. The campaign has done incredibly well so far, quite frankly. Like, $6,492 in just the first 4 days is insane. And it is lovely to see. Yeah, donate and incentives. Orpheus has it covered. Donation is not required. Anything you can give, even if that is just being here as support, supporting the streams, is important. I realize the way I word that is like, you have to stay, you have to stay, you have to stay, but you don't have to stay. If you don't want to watch me, I'm not doing a good enough job. That is not on you. That is on me. I do not cater to anyone's needs or wants. They are not obliged to be here. In any capacity. Number 90, number 90. Routes. Okay, we're gonna get the shiny routes. We're gonna get the shiny routes today. I know it. I feel it. I sense it. Can we get 7 shinies in one day? We can. You know we can. My nail's really sharp, and I don't know why I was trying to bite it into a flatter, but that's not how you, it's not what we do. It's not what we do with nails. No, no, no. Not that I've ever had an issue with biting my nails, but yeah. When I look at Ralts out of the corner of my eye, I see that little dot combining with the curve of its face as like a smirk. Like Ralts is happy to be here. Sort of painting my nails so I get biting them? Fair. I am far too lazy to paint my nails. I've done it a few times. I have pink nail polish. I have a few colors. I have pink, I have blue, I have a green, I have white. The white doesn't really work though. Doesn't look good. Ralts does have attitude? Ralts has so much attitude. You have no idea. Yeah, this will be blue shiny number 3. Very excited about that. Like, I originally was only intending to get 6 shinies. I am not a shiny hunter. I have never shiny hunted in my life before this. But when I get into something, I do it. So I was only aiming for 6, and then I got 2 in the first day, and I was like, nah, we're getting there. Why I jumped from 6 to 30? Only I can know. Should I paint my nails? If you want to paint your nails, you should paint your nails. Yeah, we do love shiny Ralts, honestly. I'll be evolving into a Gardevoir regardless of gender, because I prefer Gardevoir over Gallade, to be quite honest. I do like a lot of things about Gallade, but I prefer Gardevoir. Punk in the best way? Fair. The shinies we have caught so far have been Teddiursa, Clauncher, Clamperl, Swinub, Venonat, Horsey, Plusle, Corphish, Swablu, Krabby, Yanma, Wilmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, and Grimer. That list gets so much more fun to say the longer it gets. It's like the world's worst poker app. Psychic? Is this one really high level or something? Woo woo! Okay, after this route, they are all boosted odds. Up until this point, they've all been, not full odds because I have the shiny charm, but they've all been 3 and 4096. And now they jump up massively. Jump up massively from 3 and 4096, which is a percentage I don't even know, to 0.774%. I loved Gardevoir and encountered Iron Valiant. It's a non-binary energy I needed. Iron Valiant was like, oh, such a cool thing. So, okay. I played Violet completely spoiler-free. Like, completely, like, stupid spoiler-free. Like, I didn't even look at the box art. I hadn't even seen Miraidon. And it was pretty vibing. Like, that final fight really threw me off. Because I actually think that final fight is harder going in with no knowledge into Violet than in Scarlet. Because in Scarlet you can at least make a decent guess as to what these Pokemon are, but in Violet you're just like, because none of them are steel types. And the final fight really threw me off. Because I was like, wow, really? The only thing they kept for this fight was Iron Thorns? No, I don't remember what you have. Yeah, it's Iron Thorns, Iron Thorns. I think it's Iron Thorns is the only one you haven't seen yet. And I'd looked at the Pokedex, so I was like, right, but there's only enough space for the, there's only enough space in the Pokedex for 6 of these Pokemon, so... Really? His ace is gonna be, his ace is gonna be Iron Treads? That's pretty lame. It's a shame that they kind of didn't have any more new ones. And then it's like, AI Tutor was about to send out Iron Valiant, and I was like... I got sent out and I was like, oh my god, it's so cool. And I didn't know how to fight it. I was just like, okay, I'd set up my my Baxcalibur and I was like, alright. I think the safest thing for me to do is not risk the Icicle Crash and just go straight for yeah, yeah, the oh no. I was like, I think the safest thing to do is not go for Icicle Crash and just go straight for Glaive Rush. And that didn't work. I actually almost got, I almost lost that fight. It was crazy. Going in with no knowledge, it was awesome. Fairy versus Ice Dragon? Yeah, I had no idea. I still would have KO'd it, because I'd set up a Dragon Dance early in the fight. I'm pretty sure Icicle Crash would have won. But yeah, that didn't work out so hot. And then of course with that attack buff it was able to just stomp any of the rest of my Pokemon. Violet was just such a fun first playthrough. I played through Scarlet a few months later. I did Metronome only for that. And... I tell you, Roaring Moon sure is something. I think Roaring Moon's actually harder than the Iron Valiant. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that to ever be a thing. Should finish Scarlet? Yeah, you probably should. I mean, if it doesn't call to you, then maybe you shouldn't, but... Like, only do the things that interest you in life, you know? Life's very short. That's why we're shiny hunting at 5 AM. With stickers all over my face. That keep itching. I mean, they don't itch, but like, I'm like, oh, there's something on my face, and I'm like, oh, no, there's not. Roaring Moon, Paradox and Scarlet are better than Violet, at least the shinies are. I actually have a soft spot for the Violet Paradox Pokemon more than other people do. Like, I really like Iron Bundle. There, I said it. I think everyone likes Iron Moth. Okay, I like those two. No, obviously everyone loves Iron Valiant. I'm trying to think of what the other ones even are. Iron Thorns, no one cares about. Iron Jugulis, no one cares about. Iron Hands exists. I do like the Iron Hands. When it's like not doing anything, it just sticks its hands to the side of itself like it's a charging pod. I think that's quite cute. Is it just Iron Treads that the only one left? Iron Thorns is lame. Iron Thorns could have been a lot cooler. That was cute. Sandy Shocks and Iron Bundle Wonder traded me before I got to the end of the game. I was like, what are these? Sandy Shocks is such a, like, it's the first one in the Dex order, I think? Or something. Like, I was able to see its silhouette in the Pokedex long before I encountered it, and I didn't even know what it was. I thought I was looking at some sort of weird tree creature. From just the silhouette. Let me tell you, when I finally saw Sandy Shocks, I was like, what? I love Sandy Shocks though. Mainly because it's like such an obscurely weird Pokemon to take for a past Paradox. They took a fully mechanical creature and went, what if it looked like a dinosaur? It's like, this is part of why I love Pokemon so much. Like, what a strange thing to do. No one else would think of that. Forgot Asgard had Dragon move. Put these sandy sharks in the playthrough team if I could. Tell me a shrimp fried this rice? Tell me an egg fried this rice? Are you just saying random, like, one-liners that make no sense out of context? But no, like, let's be real, right? If anyone outside of the Pokemon team, pretty much, like, if a fan had designed past Paradox Pokemon, they would have, they would have all been Roaring Moon. You know, they would have all been Roaring Moon. There wouldn't be anything weird like Sandy Shocks and Fluttermane. When I think of Pokemon that could be dinosaurified, I do not think Mischievous. I do not think Magneton. I do not think Jigglypuff. You tell me a Sistine built this chapel? Okay, that one's really good. Never heard that one before. Do you have a rooster Pokemon yet? Yes, we have Unpheasant. Hi, Boop. Come on, Ralts. You know you want to shine. You know you want to sparkle. Just forget about the weirder prehistoric animals. What, like magnets? Ghosts? I have no idea what's actually happening with you right now, Google. I swear only half your messages are making any sense. You okay over there? You alright? Ralts can learn Mean Look? Why? How's she looking at me meanly? How? How? An elephant that's trunk separates into a duckbill with teeth? Yeah, everyone just focuses on teeth. What Pokemon are you describing? There's no way he's describing Donphan. That was a real animal? Okay, okay. Okay. That's what you meant. I was like, what are you... Like, is that the world's strangest description of Great Tusk? A horrifying description though? Yeah. Yeah, I don't want that Pokemon. Can you imagine if Great Tusk looked like that? Who would love it? Squid is just a jellyfish with eyes? I don't think that's true at all. With all my Cambrian paradoxes. See, okay, this is a mixed feelings thing I have, right? Because I really like Tyrant and Amora. I do. But I kind of don't like that they started basing fossils off of dinosaurs. Like, look at what we got in Gen 1 and Gen 3 for fossils. We got Cambrian weirdos. Then Gen 4 they were like dinosaur, and we never went back. And it's like, I want Cambrian weirdos. Because lots of Pokemon are already dinosaurs. Like, think about how many Gen 1 Pokemon are dinosaurs. Genuinely. Even ones you don't think of. Scyther, Kangaskhan, they're dinosaurs. Now, I don't mean that they're directly dinosaurs, but... Scyther... It's not just a mantis. It's got weird dinosaur elements. It does. That's the same with Kangaskhan. And lots of Gen 1 Pokemon already had dinosaur elements, and this kind of stayed. And it's part of Pokemon Big Monsters. And it's what makes Cambrian Pokemon much more interesting to me as fossils. Although I love the Gen 8 fossils, and I also love like most of the fossils, quite frankly. But I'm still sad that we will never get more Cambrian weirdos to be friends with Kabuto, Omanite, Anorith, Laleep. They'll never have pals. That's so sad. Routes, 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 routes. Cordelier is such a strange Pokemon. Fibs, fighting ice, bug, steel. Remember that. Always remember Fibs. He's trying to be cool. Cordelia's just a strange little man. I don't think Omastar has ever tried to be cool in his life. Omastar was asked out to prom and said no so that he could keep playing Super Mario Bros. 3. Ard? Have we done you yet? We haven't, right? Okay. Star's literally a religion, doesn't need to try. Would you describe religion as cool, though? I wouldn't describe religion as cool. Like, that's not really what it is, you know? Oh, we're gonna give these routes sleep problems. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think youth pastors have ever once tried to pass off religion as cool. That doesn't. But it's not really the point of religion. My poor Pokemon have such messed up movesets. I'm so sorry, Ard. I'm so sorry. These are just the highest PP moves you could learn. I'm so sorry. How are we doing for routes? 138. Okay. Average is 221. We got a shiny. So hopefully we can get a nice little under odds routes today. What my dinosaur Pokemon thought. I'm glad. Why have I got so much energy? I've been streaming for 10 hours. I could just keep going. What is burnout? There is no such thing. There are only alternately colored, but yes, Jono! Yes, I agree! Give it up for the 11-hour stream! The 11-hour stream that ends at 6 AM! Honestly, at this point, I feel like we gotta go for the full 12, right? Give it up for day 33! Hello, Schmike. How did your puzzle go? The full 12. Gotta go for the full 12. And Charlotte, I got to inform that it's 5 AM and you've missed the entire night. Schmike. You're the one that missed the night. I was here. Flatmate won't hate you? My flatmate's not home. My night has only just begun. time to go partying on that Sunday night, am I right? But for you, sunrise was half an hour ago? Oh yeah, there is light outside. I'm just really feeling it today. Just really feeling the routes. And we knew we were going to have to do a really long stream at some point anyway, in order to get enough. We knew that was going to have to happen. Just I'll do it now, you know? It's been a very memorable First King's birthday public holiday. Is that what this is? The stream is dedicated to King Charles. King Charles, if you're watching, drop a sub. Look, Schmike, I have never seen sunrise in my life. Oh! Zaka, thank you for the $10 donation. It's very generous. As always, you can donate with exclamation mark donate. Oh my god, King Charles donated! Okay. You can donate with exclamation mark donate to help with equality in the south of America. Right. I think it's time. I think if there was ever a stream to put Pokemon on my head, this was it. This was it. I've given myself a unibrow. Let's go. And I need a second sticker, so I'm just gonna take the tomato berry. Drop a sticker on your tongue like an acetab? No. As far as I've seen plenty of sunrises, I just never look at the sunrise, you know? Who would? Who does? Who cares? The sun's coming and going. Night is the natural state of the universe. Night's what it's supposed to look like. The sun makes things all bright. That's not normal. Anything to see before going to bed? True. So is you off to bed then, Schmeck? Did you drop in to say goodnight? Rounds, rounds, rounds. My night's only just begun. Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot. You're leaving us to go clubbing. Apologies, I did forget. Brain empty, full of routes. How dare you have synchronize as an egg move? Honestly, why did they even bother programming it in? What is the point? What is gained? I live in the past? True. So what's your plans for the night, Schmike? I'm glad to hear that you made enough progress on your puzzle to work on a different one. Sorry I didn't respond to that. I was too busy responding to your sunrises message. Misty terrain, okay. We don't want to see one with Memento. Because everywhere else with Memento gives me pause for fear. Yeah, right, then back to the puzzle mines. Oofed. So what is the current puzzle you're on? What is it? Is it like a Sudoku? Star Battle? A Philomeno? You know, I feel like I may as well just delete that one. Orpheus would have. It's a cryptic crossword where we're given the answers and have to word bank the clues and the clues go on the grid. Oh. Gosh. Can you give me an example of how that even remotely works? They just give you like the word soup and you have to figure out the question. Or the clue? Easily? I didn't think so. Doesn't seem like a particularly easy thing to explain. It seems very complicated. Like smarts. Each time everything delayed too much. Memento! Don't be shiny! Don't! Okay. It's okay, it's not shiny. Don't worry about it. The grudge, you can be shiny, for all I care. See if I even care. I don't. I literally don't even care. Would be nice though. You know? It would be nice. It would be cool. It'd be cool to get a blue route. Feel me? What? Have you seen a Nicole puzzle so far? I do not know what that is. Is it like ravioli? Memento, don't, no, okay. Synchronize! I wanted to see that so badly. Honestly, it'd be poetic if I caught one with synchronize. Japanese puzzle magazine. Some modern names for logic puzzles. Sudoku Star Battle. Oh, come from. I didn't know that. That is news to me. Destiny bond? Our fates are intertwined, little routes. Not intertwined enough, not intertwined enough. $169. In and out by 31 routes before we hit max odds. It's so weird that there's only 2 times it gets buffed. It gets buffed when you hit 100 and it gets buffed when you hit 200 and that's it. But the buff between nothing and 100 is just ridiculous. Confused Ray? I don't know if I've seen one with Confused Ray yet. That felt like a good omen, but it wasn't. It wasn't a good omen at all. It was barely even an omen. It was the omen. That film that I haven't heard of since I was a child. That I don't think anyone ever watched. I don't know anything about the omen, but it feels like the kind of film that exists entirely for like young children to watch it and talk about how cool and mature they are. They watched a horror film. That's my judgment of a film I've never even seen. Why would you use skill swap on Ralts when it gets Trace? What do you gain? Just use Trace. Seen a lot with Shadow Sneak. Sneaky little ninjas. None of my Pokemon have thick fat, do they? I think that's about the only thing funnier than them tracing insomnia. Is the idea that you could just look at someone and just get like fat by osmosis. Sorry, with chubby Triceratops, my day just got so much better. Are you looking up like a dinosaur fan art right now? Grudge. That's another film. Grudge, Memento. Those are both films. That's really interesting when you think about it. It is not, by the way. Interesting. I'm looking at dinosaur Twitter. Do dinosaurs tweet often? Synchronize, synchronize! Every time I see that pairing, it makes me so happy. And this is one of the topics I could ramble about for days, so I'm in another match. What is your favourite dinosaur? This is an open question to everyone in chat. Everyone in chat, what is your favourite dinosaur? Because I don't feel like adults get asked that question often enough. You love creatures? Critters are always things I hyperfixate on. Valid. Ankylosaurus? Any particular reason why Ankylosaurus? Is it because of the big ol'... They're the ones with the big old spiky tails, right? Or the Triceratops? Triceratops is a good solid pick. That's my mum's favourite dinosaur. She loves a Triceratops. That's pointy bits. A lot of dinosaurs had pointy bits. Triceratops here too? Good classic pick, Triceratops. My favourite dinosaur is the Compsognathus. The second favourite is probably Triceratops. A trans called Triceratops pin on Etsy called Triceratops. I wanted it so bad. I got my best friend. I got them a shirt with a non-Binosaurus on it, I believe it was. Spike from the Land Before Time. Oh, we got big ol' dinosaur lore here. Sinuceratops or Carnotaurus. I do not know these creatures. That's like Quetzals. You were like, oh, I could ramble on about dinosaurs even though I don't know anything about them. I'm like, oh, what's your favourite dinosaur? And you're like, God, I love them all. Let me give you their Latin names. I saw a tweet once about how dinosaurs are only named the way that they are because of when we discovered them. Like, if we discovered them nowadays, they would have been called things like Northern Thick Scaly Boy. But it is wild to me that knowledge about dinosaurs is more modern than the United States. Is it Compy? I love a Compy. Love a Compsognathus. I relate to them a lot. It's just so wild to me though that there were presidents that didn't know dinosaurs existed. Bonkers. George Washington didn't know shit about dinosaurs. How could they live with themselves? I know, right? Heading to bed. Night loading chat. Sending shiny light. Good night, Colleen. Have a good rest. Have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging around. I hope you dream about dinosaurs. Unless you don't like dinosaurs, in which case I hope that your dreams feature no dinosaurs whatsoever. I hope your dream has the amount of dinosaurs that would make you content. I don't want to live in a world without dinosaurs. Spleens, I have terrible news about something that happened 65 million years ago. Don't know if you missed it in the papers, but yeah, Memento. Such a relief every single time. I do not want to be playing Russian roulette with another Pokemon. The Solrock broke me. I am feeling a Ralts soon though, I'm feeling a Ralts. I think we're gonna get it. I really do, I really do. And then it says prehistoric animals, but I love Dunkleosteus and Diplocalus as Sorry, Look, let's be real, they're pretty much all dinosaurs at this point, Spleens. We don't really differentiate. Like, pterodactyls aren't dinosaurs, but whatever, they are. For the sake of casual conversation, they might as well be. Have you ever seen A Little Night Music? I have not. I think my favorite dinosaur is the Ligmasaurus. I don't know if I've heard of that one, actually, Charlotte. Would you care to enlighten me about the Ligmasaurus? Dimetrodon, I love Dimetrodon. You gotta pick a you can't just name every dinosaur. You gotta pick one. Steve Jobs, thank you. I was like, please say something about Steve Jobs so that I don't have to be the one who asks who the hell Steve Jobs is. I'll count as Charlotte Malcolm. Memento. Okay, I didn't hear a sparkle. Character called Countess Charlotte Malcolm. No, I've not actually seen everything with characters called Charlotte in them. I'm sorry. I've tried, obviously. But life is short. Everyone's probably Diplocalus. You're locking in Diplocalus? Final answer, Diplocalus? I regret asking. Memento twice in a row! Okay. Okay. Looking at Diplocalus? Okay. We're over 200 actually. Do we have full... No, not full odds. But you know what I mean. Max odds. Like salamander with a triangle head? That's me. That's me. Okay, the only move I have now is Shadow Sneak. Yes. Yes. Can you believe we've already slaughtered over 200 Ralts? So fun to ramble about, thank you, Lottie. Glad to get something out of your system at least. I like everyone likes dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are cool. I think everyone likes dinosaurs. Not person alive who looks at a dinosaur and goes, I'm ambivalent. Guarantee you no one's ever done that. No one in history, before the moment I said that, had ever looked at a dinosaur and gone, that's ambivalent. I'm sorry, are you still streaming? I am! Is this good morning for you, Culture Champ? We removed the limit. On extend the stream by 1 hour. And we're just gonna keep flying through. It's Monday stream? No, I'm still gonna stream. Still gonna stream. Still gonna do Monday stream. The only cooldown on it is that it's got 45-minute cooldown, so that it can't just be spammed all in one go. People actually do need to be here in order to redeem it. Oh, good morning, I was actually just about to sleep after a call of friends but saw this. Well, welcome on in, it's 5:30 AM. You are listening to Lottie Radio. In today's hunt, we have caught Yanma, Whalmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, and Grimer. And we are going for lucky number 7. Memento! Stresses me out every time. Don't be shiny, I beg you. You're surprisingly not horribly insane yet? I'm like full energy, Charlotte, and I don't know why. Sometimes you're just in the zone. Sometimes you're just feeling it. Sometimes it's just the time. Look, one of them's got to be shiny. One of them's got to be shiny, you know? But yes, with the current redeems, we are going until we have been streaming for 11 hours. And at that point, I feel like we gotta go for 12, right? Like... Never seen this peppy? I am so... You're becoming exactly like your father! I am so peppy right now. I don't know why. I don't know what's in the water I've been drinking all night. I'm so full of energy. Start at 12 and you can go 13. That is exactly the mindset we want here tonight, Purple Slug. Why stop at 13 when you could just catch all 30 shinies in one go? Shadow Sneak, you're gonna get snuck up on yourself, but Mr. Alts, I didn't wanna misgender you. 48-hour stream, woo woo! I think I'll reach my limit around 12, we'll see. $72-hour stream, whoop whoop. Can't misgender, especially not this month. Can't misgender ever! Memento, here we go. Good. I will admit Pride Month is an especially disrespectful time to go out of your way to misgender someone, right? But just in general. Never do. Do we need to teach you to play good idea, bad idea? How do I play this game? Obviously never. I just feeling to stress that because there'll be a lot of people who'll be like, oh, it's fine to misgender bad trans people or whatever. And it's like, no, never. Synchronize, let's go. I'll teach you to do a subathon, you know those ones where they don't stop streaming because every sub is an added hour? The problem with that, right, is I don't have anywhere near enough viewers to actually get subs. Good idea playing good idea, bad idea losing good idea, bad idea. What is good idea, bad idea? Okay, every time they have Memento, I die on the inside. No! Yes! Okay. It's Ralts time. Someone be sure to clip that whole roller. That wasn't a roller coaster. That was a whole theme park. Okay. Can we get a name to do with Memento? Who was in the film Memento? Got it? Thank you, Jonah. Thank you, Jonah. Memento film. Was anyone in it that, like, anyone knows? Carrie Ann Moss. Unfortunately, your name's slightly too long. I'm sorry. Georgia Fox. Are these the names of the actors or the characters? I like Mori. I was also tempted by Mori, but I'm glad someone suggested it so I didn't have to. Thank you. Do you know what the phrase Memento Mori means and where it comes from? Okay. Where are we going next? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Old Rod, Route 13. Okay. Sounds good to me. Meaning yes, origin no. So, Memento Mori means, you know, remember that you're immortal. And it comes from... Let me find Route 13 real quick. Have I cleared out Route 12? Bloody hope I have. It comes from, Romans. Roman centurions would have a slave, specifically, Roman centurions, not centurions. But whatever. Roman emperors. That's... I'm here, I promise. Would have a slave whose specific job, when they went through a big crowd, and the crowd would cheer and applaud them and everything, and the slave's job was to whisper into their ear, remember that you are immortal. To make sure that they didn't, to make sure they didn't get a big head, basically. Okay, Jono, thank you. I'm gonna quickly shovel that over. Exclamation mark recent is now the routes. So the type of lady to love trivia. It's a dream job right there. Oh yeah. Big dream job, big dream job. Momento, my favorite word. Yeah, it's not really a job if they don't pay you, is it? Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. What did that my dad when he's sleeping? You whisper into your dad's ear, remember that you are immortal. They grow up so fast! And everyone? Oh, definitely. I appreciate Mori being female and taking the choice away. I was probably gonna go with Gardevoir anyway. Alright, back in your box. Not withdraw. Ever withdraw. Why is withdraw even the top option? Who has ever clicked withdraw? No one. That's who. Ooh! Almost 3 rows done. The Stretch hasn't horny over Gardevoir? Yeah. Well, eventually got my adrenaline pumping. I'm ready to go for more. Yeah, let's do it. Shiny hunt on. Shunting, as Orpheus would say. Much better Pokemon like Kingambit. I do not care for Kingambit in any capacity. Okay, I'm just gonna update it now. We're hunting next for Skrelp. Charlotte, I hope you're excited. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've fought all these trainers. The question is, did I fight all the trainers out this way? Pretty sure I did. Ooh. Just take one of mine. No, I'll get my own Skrelp. I remember doing this route. I definitely did this route. Look at me, I'm Landorus. Get out. Heck off. That's a weird scrap, yeah. Gouge, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Route 13 is the right route though, right? Route 13, Old Rod. Let's get Skrelpin. No, Slowborn Executor are canonically gay. That is true. That's just a fact. Scrap. Okay, right type, wrong scrap. Scraptastic. The sunlight is scrap. God, I love scrap. Skrelpin. Scraptastic. Play Radical Red? If you want. Don't Nuzlocke? Yeah, don't Nuzlocke it. You just like saying Skrelp, don't you? Skrelp is possibly the best Pokemon name of them all. Skrelp! Shiny Skrelp is purple, right, Charlotte? Like, you've not just lied to me, because I didn't look it up. Or at least Shiny Dragalge is purple, right? Because I just kind of trusted you. Maybe that was foolish of me. I remember telling you the color of Skrelp. Did I look it up? It's purple, right? Charlotte. You said it's purple yourself. Did I? Am I getting the Charlottes mixed up again? Oops. I mean, all that matters is that it's purple, right? Like... You said Dragalge is the color of a pride fly that doesn't exist yet? Oh, is that Dragalge I said that about? Surely it's purple. It gotta be purple. Charlotte. It gotta be purple. Charlotte, you wouldn't lie to me. Charlotte. Look it up. I don't want to look it up, but I have to now. I apparently already did. Oh, yeah, that's purple. That's purple. That's purple, though? Yeah. We love our Weedy Seahorse. Oh, it's such a good Pokemon. Oh, it's such a good Pokemon. Skrelp! I love everything about Skrelp. Just look at him. Look at that face. Look at that lovable face. He's so evil. That's a game on Steam that isn't out yet, but it's Stardew Valley with dinosaurs and I exploded. I feel like I've seen that. Heliopines. Oh, never mind. I don't think I've seen that. Thought I had, then didn't recognize the name. I was recommended a game once called White Pines? Something like that. And I remember looking it up and it basically just being a game that I was... Like, it was nothing like what I played. I should check actually that there aren't any more Landorus's in here. So if I've had to face 4 times with a single Pokemon, I'm glad it was Skrelp. It's really solid. Yeah. Actually one of the few Pokemon whose shiny is possibly better than its base. And that I actually like the base on. Scrap, scrap. Scrap should have been a pseudo, and to be honest, so should Clawitzer. Not every Pokemon needs to be a pseudo. Scrap, 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 scrap. Clawitzer and Dragalagy, more love. Clawitzer is in, new Pokemon Snap. Such a nice one to see there. You're right, they should be full legendaries. You're right, actually, never mind. Actually, peak Pokemon designs and not being an art. No, I agree completely. I love them. I love both. It's wild to me that I didn't used to like Launcher compared to how much I love Skrelp. It just never grew on me that much. But Dragalge, oh yeah. Even if I have never learned to say its name properly. That is actually Dragalga. That just sounds awful. I'll always say Dragalge. One of the only Pokemon whose names I actually say wrong. Because I disagree with the official pronunciation. If you wanted it to be Dragalge, you should have put the extra A in. But why did you want it to be Dragalga? New Pokemon Snap was such a fun game. Best surprise sequel ever to me, right? Like, okay, there are games I want sequels for. Like, I want a sequel for Bug Fables, for example. But as for games, yes, it's Dragalga. That's the official pronunciation. Why? I refuse. Wrong, something correct. But yeah, like, as far as games that I really want a sequel to that I know will never happen, right? The two I want are I want another Shadow Hearts game, and I want a second Pokemon Snap. And those are the two games that I have always wanted that I was like, but they'll never happen. A new Pokemon Snap was everything I wanted. And it's like, oh my god, it's perfect. It's actually perfect. The worst thing about this is that it might well be 20 years until the next one. You're lurking, gotta cook dinner? Yeah, be careful you don't burn things. Have fun with dinner. I'll be catching Skrelp! Did they remove Poison Point on this thing or something? Something I wish they did with some Pokemon Snap DLC that's a remaster of the old courses? Yeah, that would have been really cool. That never even occurred to me before. That would have been perfect. Would have been really cute. If it was worth any points in my life. I replayed the first Pokemon Snap before the new one came out. The first one's so fun. You can beat the first one in like 10 hours. Maybe even, well, you can beat it in less, but you can get every, yeah, honestly, I can probably get every Pokemon way faster than that, actually. I don't want them about 10 hours. I could probably do it in a single stream. Maybe I will at some point. Maybe I'll do Pokemon Snap. I really want another one. Like, new Pokemon Snap was made by people who cared, you know? It was just so nice getting to see some Pokemon in their natural habitat. My big thing about new Pokemon Snap, though, that I find fascinating is I think it was in development for a really long time, because the only Gen 8 Pokemon that are in it are, like, the starters, Frostmoth, Applin, and, Eldegoss. It's like, that's very few for that being the new gen. Hello again, hope you're well. Hello, Anate. We are in hour 10 of this stream that just keeps going. I remained unspoiled for new Pokemon Snap, which I'm glad for because I need to get far at all. Oops. Sorry for telling you all the Gen 8 Pokemon that are in it. So yeah, did you find Krabby yesterday? Yes. We found Krabby. And then today we have caught Yanma, Whalmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, Grimer, and Ralts. It's been pretty vibing. The reason we are still here is I decided to play a game. I took the limit off of extend the stream. And people just keep extending it. So we're just gonna keep going until they stop, because I am strangely full of energy. Amazing, congrats, you're killing it. Honestly, we spent 3 hours hunting for Yanma at the start, or something like that. It was 2 hours, but it was 1 hour at the end of last stream. And then we spent like 2 hours on Grimer as well. So the other ones have all been really good. First is Claude's. Ekans wasn't increased odds. We didn't get up to 100 on Ekans. So it was really good. And we didn't get up to 100 on Whalman either, so we had 2 basically full odds Pokemon. Which is wild. That is absolutely wild when you consider we haven't even had 4,000 encounters over the entire stream. I say full odds because I do have the shiny charm, but still, that's insane. Do you want to bet they saw a lone Raichu and that's made them think new Pokemon Snap could go hard? Seeing things like Machamp swimming though, they put work into new Pokemon Snap. Sorry, Spleens. They put work into new Pokemon Snap. It was grand. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping this turns into a 12-hour stream. This is the longest I've ever streamed for in one session before. And it's kind of a vibe. See Machamp on the beach? He swims. Or do you just mean like in your dreams? But yeah, how are you today, Anate? How are you today? I do not believe I asked. Apologies about that. Are now caps at 11 hour? Yeah. Yes, right now, yes. We would need another redeem for it to keep going. To be quite honest though, I'm really tempted to just keep going. See how long I can last before I just die. Give me 50 seconds, okay? We're doing the full 12-hour stream, like a real streamer. Let's do it. Can you imagine if I streamed 12 hours every night? Stream 12 hours, sleep for 8. Wake up, stream. That'd be a wild life. Scrap, 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 scrap. Shiny Krabby? Yeah, Charlotte, you're a bit late on that one. Oh, you mean on your side? Oh, congrats. I was very confused. I much prefer Shiny Krabby over Shiny Kingler. Also, Culture Champ, we will indeed be going for a full 12 hours. Once in a while someone makes you go touch grass. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that today, given that I think we're just going to keep streaming right the way through. Yo, what? I just got a Shiny Teddy Ursa. Just got a rat standing pizza. Are you naming all your Pokemon after food then? Big congrats on the Shiny Krabby though, Charlotte. That's finally not a Skrelp. Or a Horsey. Thought you were making fun of me recently. No, I thought at first you were just like, yeah, I did catch Shiny Krabby. It took me a few seconds before I was like, oh wait, no, hang on. I know what you're on about. Skrelp, 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 Skrelp. Very happy to play on that one. Yeah, I actually really like Shiny Krabby. Shiny Kingler is a bit meh, but Shiny Krabby's really good. Yeah, I really like how it looks. A nice color. Oh, that's a good one. How are you doing with your aims for the month? Weeks 3 out of 30? Yes! Well, you know, that's almost one a day. I do all month. Yeah, that's the thing. I gotta be on that grind because I do not have all month. No, 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 no. Actually, Spleen's AM walking ear has moved over to being a Boston thing. I'm sorry. I didn't make the decision. I'm afraid that's official Genny Lottie stream lore now. It's no longer associated with New York. New York can still have bada bing bada boom though, if they so desire. Did I think? No, it definitely wasn't me. It was, Orpheus. Except it's Pukamuka? Pukamuka's actually on my list as well. Pukamuka's the next green one we're gonna get when we get back round to green. We're hunted in Gen 7 before? I mean, to be fair, I suppose I have the advantage that I won't be hunting in Gen 7, huh? I don't know what it's like to hunt Pukamuka. I guess you'll just do SOS chaining. Don't you be shade a brain cell? We do. That's why we're both called Charlotte. It's actually a little known fact. Everyone on Earth who shares a name, they're just like all linked in together. The plan, yeah, yeah. SOS chaining sounds interesting. It's probably quite a good way to grind for EVs as well. Do you know everything about it? Because one thing that I know that is often not known about SOS chaining is that I believe a Pokemon with Intimidate or Pressure also increases the odds that the opponent will call for help. As well as the obvious Adrenaline Orb. I changed my name to Schmike. Like having my brain to myself. First name Schmike, surname W. I'm actually kind of getting a bit hungry. Wild. I might go grab some pan au chocolat at some point. I just consume them voraciously. I did hear about that. Yeah, I think it's Intimidate and Pressure, the two abilities that do it. Might just be Pressure. Is pizza bipedal, Ratsta? Yes. Oh well, Cielo delivered the pizza, as they say in Italy. There's some people with my name that I don't want to share a mind with. You have no idea how curious that makes me about your name, but I'm obviously not going to ask you your name. But what an intriguing thing to say. Is breakfast time over there? 6 AM. Is that breakfast time? I think that's still bedtime, right? I can share if that's not against the rules. You can share your name, that's not against the rules. That's completely up to you. Don't dox yourself, but it's still not against the rules, it's just a stupid thing to do. Like, I'm called Charlotte. Charlotte's called Charlotte. Schmike's called Mike. Entirely up to you, there's no pressure. I don't think your name is Glubtopus Weapple. Some Andrews out there. Oh, Bear. One of my aunts actually used to think Prince Andrew was really hot when she was a teenager, and it's like, well, feeling would have been mutual, apparently. I wasn't thinking him. Oh, you're thinking of Andrew Tate? Andrew Garfield, maybe? Maybe you just really hate Spider-Man. But... I love how I don't know who was it we were talking about yesterday? Tom Cruise? Tom Hanks? Tom Jones? One of the top. I couldn't pick out which one he was from the list. But I have like an encyclopedic knowledge of actors in Spider-Man who are called Alfred Molina and Andrew Garfield. And I think that's just really funny. Because neither of them have been relevant for like 20 years. I had to watch my words carefully there because I was like, I don't have a completely encyclopedic knowledge. But I remember the time whipping out a joke about Alfred Molina once. One of my friends was like, how can you know that, but you don't know anything about anything? How can you know who Alfred Molina is? It's like, it's Alfred Molina. The Dr. Octopus. Pinch pinch. For me to cancel you if you keep talking like that. Alfred Molina, if you would like to sponsor my stream, please shoot me a message. I probably won't accept the offer, but it would be pretty cool if you did that. I've yet to accept a single sponsorship thus far, but Alfred Molina might be the turning point. Sun, sea, and screlp. Let's get hunting these sexy lasses. Andrew Garfield did not sponsor Lottie. Yeah, Andrew Garfield, you're not allowed here. Don't talk to me. Don't message me. Don't even watch me, okay? I do not want Andrew Garfield knowing what I'm up to over here. And that's a true fact. I can't trust him. I don't know him. And I'm gonna feel really bad now if Andrew Garfield's been watching. Like, washed up actor Andrew Garfield. He's just like, oh, I just really want to watch some shiny hunting today, you know, but I think I'll just lurk. Like, I don't want people knowing who I am. I don't want that awkwardness. I just want the chill vibes. And I'm just like, Andrew Garfield, get out. Just sitting there in tears like, how does she know? Got a cigarette? Gotta be a cigar. Cigars are the classy way to get lung cancer. Now, it turns out opening and closing my eyes with the beat of the music drives me up the wall. Thought it'd be way cooler than it was. Woo-woo! I have an encyclopedic knowledge of Willem Dafoe, but I only know the fact he had to film a nude scene for some movie and the director was literally astonished by one of his body parts. You know, I would ask which one, but I think we all know. Actually, there's something I want to check really quickly. Apologies. Not sure if it's an option. I'd have said it if it is one. Maybe it's here. Ah, okay. Right, there we go. Apologies. wanted to set something real quickly. I was gonna say I haven't really seen Willem Dafoe in much, but that's just not true because the guy just shows up, doesn't he? Did you know Willem Dafoe actually just shows up on set sometimes and they just let him in? They're just like, actually, yeah, go on, you could fit for this scene. And he's like, yes, I could. Tell this a joke or not? No, that's a hot. Everything I say is true. Everything I say is true. Everything I say is true, everything I say is funny, and everything I say has a moral. Right? All three of those things are true? Okay. Never doubt that about me. That I know is a joke? You must really hate me then? What have I ever said to you? Number 81. Okay, I think after a scrap 85, I'm gonna go and get pain au chocolat to consume. I will continue streaming. But, you know, I feel like I must... You know, the stomach howls, and I must answer the cry. You know? Get your opinions on gorillas? I love those things. I love the way they could absolutely tear you apart. Scarf it down like a gremlin above the sink. No, these are like cheap, individually wrapped pain au chocolat from the store. These are not like fancy pain au chocolat. Screlp! Me when I have Play Rough and Poison Touch, am I right? Why have they got Play Rough? Why can Screlp learn Play Rough? Like, riddle me this. Why? What part of him is fairying it up? I'm gonna be real. I feel like Play Rough should have been the fairy type double edge, not just like a weird rubbish fairy type move that's the only physical option. I think fairy type double edge would have suited a move called Play Rough way more. Oh, that's a stretch. Oh. Nothing can't play rough. I don't think Skrelp can play at all. I don't even think he can play the violin. Oh, I think I already got enough Skrelp. I think I was supposed to go already. I did. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave you all with this Skrelp. And I'm gonna go and get food. And I'm also gonna go to the bathroom really quickly, because I love myself like that. I will be back. Skrelp! Right, I'm back. Bet I tricked you though, I bet you thought that was a Skrelp. Then I play Robin in Japan, it's Frolic, which I gotta be honest is like an attack. Frolic. Oh, spleens. Spleens, spleens, spleens. Just jump scared me. Skrelp. I came in, I calmly said Skrelp. And that jump scared you? This is why it's extremely important, right, that I don't look at my view count. Because if I come in and jump scare people and the view count immediately dropped, I'd feel bad. But if I don't know what the view count is at, I don't need to feel bad. So I came in, I said Skrelp calmly. A pan of chocolate for dessert tonight? I'm having it as my lunch. I guess we'll call it, because I normally have dinner after stream. I can't roll my R's while I eat pan au chocolat. How will I ever sing the songs of Skrelp now? Classic acid armor poison touch combo, am I right? Seriously, did they remove poison point as an ability? Like, am I losing it? All these Skrelp have had poison touch. You're supposed to have poison touch or poison point. Did they remove it? Radical red? Yes. Yes, they did. Okay. I'm glad they nerfed Godibus and removed Poison Point. From Skrelp. Those things were really tearing up the meta. Poison Point is so much better than Poison Touch. Why'd they remove it? Poison Touch is so bad on Skrelp. Because it wants to be a special attacker. Not that it cares anyway, it wants adaptability. Adaptability Draco Meteor is one hell of a drug. Like, Dragalge was basically Terang before Terang existed. I'm happy with my pan au chocolat. I think that should type me over. Okay, Scrap, what you got for me? Oh. Sick battle. Maybe the next Scrap will offer more. Let's see. Let's see. What's this Scrap gonna offer me? Mm-hmm. They just can't. They just can't keep up with over. They can't do it. They're trying, but they can't. I feel so bad slaughtering this many Skrelp. Like, I really like Skrelp. Oh well. Oh Skrelp, as they say. And anyway, closing on. Yeah, honestly, why remove Poison Point? Unless they removed it in general and not just from Skrelp. Actually, I should check that. Yeah, they removed Poison Point. Completely. Why? Is this why Effect Spore wasn't doing anything earlier? No, Effect Spore's unchanged, in fact. Okay. Makes even less sense. Alright. Sure thing, Radical Red Devs, sure thing. Okay, I think Skrelp, this is number 100, yep. From here on out we have Boosted Odds Skrelp. So we should be getting that shiny before long, right? Gonna be absolutely wildin' if we get 8 shinies in one day, I won't lie. Like, I'd be very happy with Skrelp. I think Skrelp is like the last shiny I really feel like I need today. I don't mind if we get Skrelp really quickly and then we still have enough time to start the hunt for the next one, right? But I'm very happy with the progress this will put us at. There's 12 left over 3 days is so much better than where we started today. So the Rattata is finished. I think you're supposed to say the other way around. I think you're supposed to go Rattata, the pizza is finished. Captain Pabu, the $1 donation. Very generous. Your donation matters. Die a painful death in front of my eyes, won't he? You're gonna have to draw Pizza's death. Okay, last Shadow Sneak, and then Obert has to switch out. Goodbye, Obert! Scrubman's Feint Attack is an egg move? That's such a strange egg move. Also, can we talk about how the ball that appears under L, by the way, that's the best ball. That's not the Master Ball. That's the best ball for the event. How often do you see the level ball even used? Let alone be the best ball. It's like, it's better than the quick ball right now. That's wild to me. You just never see the level ball be any good whatsoever, I feel. Twin Leaf TV. Thanks for the $5 donation. It's very generous. It's so weird thanking people that I know aren't here. Like, I know they're not here. But then there's some people that I don't know. They might be here. It's like, Twin Leaf TV's not here. But I feel like I probably need to stick it anyway. Like, that's the tradition, right? Gotta put one on, gotta put one on, gotta put one on. Where do I even put this Magikarp? Where's left on my ridiculous face? I don't have anything down here. On my chin. Okay, Magikarp chin time. That's gonna take a bit of time to get used to. Guarantee that peels off. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. We'll see. I'll hold it down. I'll hold it down for a second. I'm sure that'll fix it. I'm sure that'll fix the Magikarp. I should have glued it to my face, huh? Gosh, at this rate we're gonna run out of stickers. What do I do when I run out of stickers? Like, what do I do? Like, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we have a ton of stickers. We're not running out of stickers. No, we got a ton of stickers. This is a terrible spot for the sticker, I'd just like to say. It makes talking really awkward. Because if I enunciate too much, it feels like the sticker's peeling off. If I don't enunciate at all, it's not like that. Oh well. That is the pain for consistency. I mean, I had the option to just not equip it. Like I say, Twin Leaf TV, not here. I'd have lost nothing. None of you would have snitched. But I gotta be honest. It's for charity. I would never lie to charity. And I know charity would never lie to me. I'm hoping we get Scrap soon though. I would like to just get a start on the next one, even if I don't necessarily need it today. Because the more progress is made, the better, obviously, right? Like, plus, to be honest, Skrelp was one of the shinies I've actually been really looking forward to the most. I actually just really want to have it. I want to see it. The stepdad and the dad who stepped up. No, that doesn't mean anything in this situation. No, Magikarp is sticking. Magikarp is sticking. I don't know how visible it is on the camera. I don't know how many of these can be made out on my face. To be honest, I keep forgetting about the Pokemon unibrow. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Scrap, scrap. At least with Skrelp, you don't need to worry about anything like, Memento, you know? Skrelp Mento. I would have been so upset though if a shiny Ralts just showed up and then immediately killed itself. Like, were things not bad enough with the Solrock? This is just genuinely so peaceful today. Well, Artlog squad, it's all coming together. It's gonna take you a while though. You know? Like, JJ Watson, I only have so much space on my face. Are you here? If you're not, I'm kinda hoping no one snitches. But thank you very much for the $5. Like, none of you would snitch to JJ Watson, right? None of you would let JJ Watson know if I didn't put a sticker on my face, right? It's the most fun I've had watching a stream ever, so worth it. I'm glad. I'm glad I can create something. Something that gives anyone that experience at all. Especially with how long I've been going for, I'm amazed that I'm amazed I actually didn't just burn out around hour 7 or something like that. I really didn't think my first 12-hour stream would just be completely random. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think it would just be a 12-hour stream because. That's quite surprising to me. By the way, I'd like to point out the extend stream by 1 hour, that's only infinite today. That's absolutely going back down to 4 after this. I might even put it down to 3. Skoa got a Mankey? Oh yes. That's what you desire. Got a name planned? Supertown Forball? That's a great nickname. In fact, I would argue that that nickname is perfect in every single way. Do you want to name it? Nice to Mankey. 12-hour hype? 12-hour hype, Jonah. I mean, we've only gone for 11 hours so far, but 12-hour hype. I don't have a good name for your Mankey. I mean, you name them all after food, right? Mankey, What are those mushrooms called? The brown ones that people eat? I don't know why mushrooms came to mind, they just did, for some reason. Portobello! Portobello mushrooms, that's it. Portobello. Portobello is the best nickname I can come up with for your Mankey. I don't know if you want a team that's all Italian. But for some reason, Portobello mushrooms came into my head. 12-hour hype indeed, though. This is absolutely wild. I really didn't think I would ever... Portobello? Portobello! Molto bene! Arrivederci! Wahoo! It's personality? I definitely can't decide that one for you. You could check his nature. Base it off of that. You're so multilingual. A Pedro at the padrotto. Her? Ooh. Spleens, what did we say earlier on about misgendering? Especially during Flight Month. I think that's a timeout. That's a ban actually, yeah. Permaban. Yeah, definitely. No transphobes on my turf. No turfs on my turf. My Pokemon are calm, lax, or docile. Team of stoners? Yeah. I mean, chefs are all pretty much stoners in real life. According to my mum, at least. Mum says that, like, there's no one who loves weed more than a chef. You mentioned the homophobic customer had to work today? Oh, you did not, Charlotte. Spill the tea, as they say. Never met a sober chef? Have you ever met a chef? Scrap. So weird how long I've been going though, like, because I think I'm probably the most recent post in the Radical Red Discord server as being live. And while I always say when I am no longer live, I always say that in my, I always edit my message after I stop streaming to say I'm no longer live. If I saw a stream link that was posted 11 hours ago, I wouldn't think, gee, I better check, you know? There's just something really funny about that, to me. Nobody knows you're a chef? I am not. Okay, but we don't know that you're not a chef. And Portobello is a gym bro? You mean a gym sis? I don't think you're not a chef. Trust me, I don't like cooking. Can't stand it, can't fathom it, can't bother with it. I'm gonna have a Jaffa cake. And there's nothing any of you can do to stop me. You can try, you can beg, you can scream. You can't stop me. Dorsal's rainbow reusable bags, and after I told her they were for Pride Month, she kept asking to return them or exchange them for normal bags. She didn't know my lesbian flag pen on my uniform. Was she just buying them because rainbows, and then you were like, oh, those are for Pride Month, and you were just like, ugh. And then you don't even know what a Jaffa cake is. By the way, I eat these in pretty much the single most horrible way possible. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a sort of cakey base at the bottom of this. And then there's a little jam, jelly thing in the middle, and then there's chocolate on top of it. And I scrape off all the chocolate with my tongue. I isolate the 3 segments, basically. I've seen worse. Right, but then at the end, I suck on the jelly bit. We've isolated the segments. Here's the nice jammy center. I love that her husband, therefore, based on that story, was there like, oh no, we shouldn't buy them. And she was like, oh, why not? And he was like, I can't utter the words. I don't understand some people. Oh wait, did you just run out of moves? Yarp. Oh yeah, we love it when thunder actually hits. Yes we do, yes we do, yes we do. Wait, doesn't thunder have half accuracy in the sunlight? I got Angela does not care. Okay. It's like, ayo, I'll hit regardless. See if I care. I don't. Doesn't thunder only have 50% accuracy in sun? I know we have compound eyes, but these are still coin flips, basically. Like, this is just 60% odds. I've hit 5 60% chances in a row? How many can we get? There's no way! Come on, you can do it, Galvantula. Come on, come on. Come on. Well, we've already hit 6. We could miss all of the remaining 4 and actually be on odds. But my Galvantula would never... This is absolutely wild. Eight! Can I get 9? Can I get 9? There's no world in which we get 10 in a row in harsh sunlight. That does not happen. Pack it in. Pack it in. We won. We did it. What are the odds of that? Hold on, I'm opening up a probability calculator really quickly. Got the chat in a second. Binomial distribution. 10 with a probability of 0.6. What were the odds of hitting all 10? 0.605%. What just happened in front of our screens? I'm curious, was this even the progress pipe flag? Or should just I'm about to accept it's just a rainbow and move on with an awful life. Here goes your shiny luck. Actually, yeah, that oh wait, yeah, that's probably a bad thing. Wildin' though. Let me make sure that still works that way in Radical Red. Yep. 50% accuracy in Sunny Day. Oh, they buffed Compound Eyes to 1.3 instead of 1.2. Wait, no, it was always 1.3 instead of 1.2. Oh, okay, so it's actually 65. Sorry. So it's actually 1.346%. Sorry, I messed that one up. It never strikes twice, it strikes 10 times, yeah. No one is coming to help this Pukamuka. There's nobody around to help. I can't believe I hit with a 65% accurate move 10 times in a row. But I can't land a Focus Blast once when I need it. Really? Nah, I don't think the shiny luck is completely cursed. I think we'll still get the Skrelp before we're done today. I thought for a second that was it. I looked at it, I was such the corner of my eye that I was like, yo, it's purple. And it's like, oh wait, they're always purple. Icy Wings, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to Skrelp Town. I've had Mankey's 50% arm. Or like lanky, am I right? God, I love Skrelp. Oh, I missed my chance. Have I caught anything with an F? Is its name? No. Okay, can't wait for Feebas. Welcome, is this Radical Red? So what's your team? My team was, this. I had Galvantula as my lead with a Focus Sash using Sticky Web, to give me speed control. And then Shell Smash Tartanator, Moxie Salamence with an Assault Fist, Mega Banette with Return, Poltergeist, Destiny Bond, and don't remember what else it had, maybe Shadow Sneak. Defensive Gliscor, and then my starter, who was a good Swords Dance setup. But I also sometimes just run Choice Band. I am currently shiny hunting for a Pride event. It's part of Pride Month. This is just the game file I had cleared. I chose Radical Red because it was access to all Pokemon from Gen 1 through to Hisui. Played Random Melodies? I have not. I have only played Radical Red once. Honestly, I don't think I have any real desire to play it again. Not because... Okay, not because I didn't enjoy it, although some of the ending parts were very rough. But because this was just such a unique experience, I almost don't want to redo it over and over again. You know? I don't know. Maybe one day. Because I've heard that doing stuff in it with randomly is quite fun. And it's coming soon? Ooh, I thought it wasn't coming for like a year. Gen 9 is going to change a lot of stuff about how this game works. Because the power creep in Gen 9 is insane. Yes, I'm shiny hunting as part of the Pokemon Pride event for Pride Month. Raising money for Campaign for Southern Equality, who aim to make a more what is the word? I don't know, are more equal and fair opportunities for everyone in the south of America, the southern states. Gonna be coming in September, late December. I'm actually really looking forward to that, I won't lie. I probably won't really do much with it. I don't know yet. We'll see. But I'm really excited to see if they have to rebalance everything. Will they bring the Gen 9 birds? That'd be wild. Also love your hair. Thank you. I should mention the stickers. I don't normally wear stickers. My hair I love. I love. It's somewhat of a recent thing. I've never dyed my hair before. But the stickers, they're part of the charity thing. Every $5 donated, I put on a sticker. I have other things with it can be checked with exclamation mark incentives for differing amounts, but yeah, donation is not it's not mandatory at all. But yeah, no, I love my genuinely. I need to re-dye it, right? Because my roots are, you can really see my roots now at this point. And I will re-dye it at some point soon. I'm really looking forward to that because I'm hoping that re-dyeing it, it'll look even better. I didn't quite get it as vivid as I would have liked. It's much more vivid in real life than it is on the camera, but the ends are much more dusty. And I think on the webcam they almost look brown. And I don't really want that. I want them to be bright pink just like the rest of it. I really like it though. I'm really happy with it. Which I'm glad for, because like I say, I've never dyed my hair before in my life. It's something I just really wanted to do. Random abilities, I've got shiny Sandygast. Have a chain of 2 encounters and random abilities keep it simple. To be fair, what's it gonna do with simple? Set up iron defenses? I don't think it gets Calm Mind. It's a shame, because Simple's such a good ability. I just don't know if Sandygast is the way to go. Sandygast is a lovely shiny. I would hunt one if I was hunting a full flag, so to speak. I'm hunting a... I'm hunting for a pride flag to fill out a box with a full 30 Pokemon. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, 5 times over. That makes sense. We're currently on row number 3 of the flag, with Skrelp being our purple pick. For this row. August Stockpile? It gets Amnesia? Okay. It gets moves, it gets options. Stockpile's definitely the big one though. Stockpile's huge. Stockpile's silly. Stockpile's literally Amnesia and Iron Defense at once. Because you only need to use it 3 times anyway. Ominous Wind could be fun if you got it, but yeah, Stockpile's so silly. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that one. I don't think there are any Pokemon with Simple that get Stockpile, are there? Normally. None that I can think of, at least. Maybe Bidoof does. I don't know. A Stockpile existed? That's probably because Stockpile was terrible when it was first introduced. And only in Gen 4 did they actually add the fact that it increases your defense and special defense as well. Gone 2 Omnibus in the 2 hours I've had it. Hey, that's better than my luck would do. Think my bit on does, don't quote me on it. I just did quote you on it though. What are you gonna do about it? But yeah, my team, like, don't judge the fact I'm running like Strugglebug. My Pokemon are all messed up because I've given them as much PP as possible to make shiny hunting easier. They're all messed up right now. Like, they're supposed to have way better movesets. My Decidueye has currently Leafage and Tackle, I was oddly enough not beating the game with those. Leafage is OP, yeah. Oh yeah. Wow! So is 12 hours our cap then? 12 hours where we're ending it tonight? This as much Lottie as y'all can handle. That's what they don't give Grook yet. Or is that his leafage sweep? Oh, definitely. It's still so weird to me that they gave Grookie, like, not even a signature move, but just a new grass move. Like, at least Leafage was on a bunch of other things in Gen 7. See, unfortunately, I am lying. You're just saying that because you don't have any P-Flakes. You can't keep me here even if you wanted to. R dildo. On a P-Flake. I know. I know you don't. I know. I know. I know. I know. I am well aware. How many P-Flakes have you got, Culture Gem? Did you spend all of them on... Did you spend all of them on that last extend? Charge your Glam with the custom ability Bad Company, which prevents it from having stats lowered by its own moves like Superpower and prevents recoil from moves like Flare Blitz and High Jump Kick. Who has Bad Company? Got 3k. Ooh, you're close, you're close. Is he not gonna shiny while I was cooking? Oh god, no, wait, Jono, you don't have... No, you don't... We were just talking about how no one has any P-Flakes left. You don't have... No, you're... No. You mean you do? Oh, goodness. Yeah, who gets Bad Company? Because that's not an ability in the main game. Obviously. Stretch? Oh, Schmike. Schmike flex and he's still got P-Flex. Oh, Mega Duraludon. Okay, that makes... Oh, that's a good stretch. Thank you for the stretch to the hydrate, Schmike. Ooh. Is something I can picture Crocodile getting? Okay, hear me out. Crocodile should have gotten Tinted Lens. Y'all know it. Also should have gone Sandforce. You know what? I think Crocodile should have gone Intrepid Sword. Crocodile should have gone Truant. Crocodile should have gone Huge Power. How you feeling? I think I can do 1 more hour. I think I can do 13. I think if I try and push it any further, I think I'm just gonna get exhausted, like my arms and my voice and stuff. Alright then. Let's do it. 13 hours. Whew. 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 I don't know why I have so much energy. Sometimes I've got streams where I'm like, oh gosh. How far are we at? Oh, 3 hours? Crowd loves you. And I love the crowd! twisted my arm this time? Oh, I'm sorry, Jonah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal all your P-Flags. Oh, Schmike. Don't feel like I'm keeping you up. You can go to bed if you want to. Those cliche about my female Vanette Coraline. I don't know where the name Ard came from, I forget. Completely. I think I just made it up on the spot. I don't think it means anything. Not a Pokemon I really think much of. 14k left? Oh, okay, Jono, you're doing fine. Where did you get them all? Do you earn P-Flakes way faster than I'm giving it credit for? Like, for some reason I thought it took really long to get 4,000. And I think I was very wrong on that. I know, bedtime's about an hour from now. Well, I'm only going for another hour and a half. I lurk a lot. Fair. That's also a thing, I suppose. Like, but when Orpheus said that they had 100,000, I was still surprised by that. I was like, really? That's so many. I clearly don't understand the P-Flake economy very well. Over 50k? Oh, damn. Wait, then how does... It's a better TTV add-on that claims the active viewer 50 for you each time. Oh, that's a thing. You love stockpiling P-Flakes? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Orpheus should have way more than 100,000 if Schmike has 50k, right? Makes me wonder, what's Orpheus been spending them on? You're good for an hour. I'm going to shower it up. Must be too much. My absence from chat will be devastating. Oh, normality. Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn off the extend on that actually, though. I think I'm gonna crash if I do 14. I can already kind of feel it. So we're limited at 13. Sorry. I know y'all wanted a longer stream. I don't know though. Did I even get the active view possible? Oh, true. Actually, that might not be possible. Orpheus doesn't gamble anything. Orpheus refuses to. That's what confuses me. This is definitely normality. I have a Magikarp on my chin. 13 hours to break it. Oh, fine. You know what? It's a novelty. I guess it's just dependent on how much y'all want to kill me. Okay. It's back up to being uncapped. You click on each time it comes up. Yeah, but I've never done much with mobile, so I don't know. Only 13 hours? Consider it 13 hours minimum. We'll see though. Went too easily. Please don't burn yourself out. Look, worst comes to worst, there's no stream tomorrow, okay? Like, that's the like, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Worst comes to worst, I just have to sleep tomorrow. Make up for the next couple days. That's really not the end of the world if that happens, to be quite honest. I say tomorrow, I mean today. We're all hyped about the Monday stream. In 12 hours. Alright, Skrelp. I like you, and you don't like me. So, if you're shiny, we get this done with way quicker. You know what I mean? You know what I'm putting down? Skrelp on my vibe? A 24-hour stream when you end at your usual start time? I go, alright guys, I think we're done, I'm gonna raid out. I raid out, and then like 5 minutes later I'm like, okay, welcome to the stream! I like you and you don't like me is my new pickup line. But I'm glad to be able to give pickup lines to people, okay? Why? You're kidding. Oh no, you go slightly too north and you lose sig- well, okay. Start the scrap chain all over again. Not completely over again. Because we're already up at 215, so they still have boosted odds. Rip definitely. That sucks. I can say though, they do still have boosted odds. I need to be careful about that, I didn't know that. Which one's the scrap chain? I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was... I didn't know I'd get screwed like that. That potentially lowers our odds of getting a shiny scrap within the next, like, 20 minutes or so, but since we're going for 13 hours anyway, it's not a huge deal. Like, all I care about is shiny scrap today. Anything else is a bonus, you know? Shiny scrap puts us in a fantastic position. I actually didn't know that would do that though, genuinely. What's even weird is that I'm pretty sure you can find Skrill up north. Like, they're there. Yeah, I'm really glad that all you have to do is hit 100 again, and you're back at where you were, you know? You don't need to go back up to 200 or anything ridiculous like that. Because it's two separate counters. One for every time you've encountered Skrill, and one for every time you've encountered Skrill in this chain. I don't know why they're two separate counters. It's very strange. Especially since the second counter is generally more important. It's just weird. Ah well, you lose your chain. Win some, you lose some. Interesting. Yeah, look, I'll show you. See, if you look up the top right, we have a chain of 5, but we have a search level of 220, because we've encountered 220 Skrill. The chain of 5 means that we've encountered 5 in this chain. When your search level goes above 100 and then above 200, you get 2 boosts. And your chain only gives you a boost at 50 and 100, but it caps out at 100, so. It's very, very weird. It's a very weird system. In Oris, the search level actually goes up to 999, but in this game it caps out at 255. So that's why it only gives you bonuses at 100 and 200, whereas in Oris it gives you bonuses every 100. But I say we get to see Skrelp more. Skrelp! Say it with me. Say it with me. Skrelp! I hope you're all Skrelping at home. Skrelp! Right, your bright side got immediately destroyed, Culture. I'm sorry about that. God, what a good shiny. Skrelp! Oh yeah, someone needs to oh, Jonah's here. What I said is we got a shiny Skrelp. I know, right? Skrelp! Should we just call it Skrelp? Do we even need to think of a more clever nickname? Skrelp! Yeah, I thought so. More Skrelp's thing after this? True, we just get to see Dragalga. I believe next we're going to Lavender Town. Feels like a safe bet. I don't know if it's right, but it feels like a safe bet. Okay, we get to evolve our Skrelp into a Dragalga. Alright, I don't even mind that I lost the chain. I honestly don't think it mattered. I think we were getting a shiny on that one anyway, you know? The odds of us getting it any sooner are pretty slim. Hopefully when they add Gen 9 stuff, they add the ability to turn off leveling up, learning moves upon level up, because it's really annoying. Actually had to lose the chain, probably? You think so? You think that changed it? I don't know how the RNG is rolled with Pokemon. Why does it learn a move every 7 levels and then every 2? Wow, this is a late Evo, 42. Oh wait, I just was teaching a Hydro Pump. I thought that was the evolution. Right. Exclamation mark recent has been updated with our Screlp. $44? Is that right? Shiny Screlp. It's Screlpin' time. Except it's not, it's now Dragalga time. Oh, what a nice shiny. It's a shame the sprite's not great. But the colours are nice. Yeah, they just feel like a pride flag. Yeah, it's a pride flag that doesn't exist yet. God, that sprite is... That's an in-progress sprite. It needs more shading, and the outlines are thick everywhere, and that's not how Pokemon sprites work. Need some less harsh outlines in places. It's weird. It looks like they started doing it properly with the leaf on its head, and then they just gave up. Very strange sprite, very strange. Oh, Twister 44! Yes, that makes the late evolution level so worth it. Why do all of our purple Pokemon water types? What is a damn sprite connoisseur? Literally, I used to be one of the curators for the sprites that went into Pokemon Infinite Fusion. So to speak. Or why I hate that game so much. Wait, legit? Yep. I love sprites. Okay. Oh, okay. You can't find the Pokemon I was hoping to get. Huh. Well then. Who wants to pick out a red shiny really, really quickly? I'm blaming for the Miltank sprites. They were pretty much all made by Kiwi. It's a big part of the reason I hate that community. But yeah. I didn't exactly let them through. Like, that's not entirely how it worked. But yeah. Yeah, if you want to blame me, you can. Okay, red. Red. What if it stays red? Could do Obstagoon? No, it doesn't really stay it's too blue, I think, by the end. Gosh, it's hard finding a red one. Delmise? I'll give it a check, give it a look-see. Give it a wee nosy. Oh, I do like Delmise. Okay, I like that one. I like that one. Is it in the grass or is it in the water? It's not in the grass. Cinnabar Island fishing with a good rod. Let's go on Delmise. Come on. Let's Delmise it up. Just so you know, the Pokemon I was going to hunt was Duskull, but it's not in this game apparently. You have to get Dusclops or Dusknoir, which is bleh. Shame, I quite liked how Duskull looked. I didn't even look at how Dusknoir looked though. Hold up, what if Dusknoir's shiny's not even red? Did I just get saved? I got saved hard! Wow, I didn't even look at Dusknoir. Okay. That would have been a waste of time. Okay, Delmise, Cinnabar Island. Okay, time to change the thing over to Delmise. I love Delmise as a Pokemon. Thank goodness. That sounds fun to find. Oh, Cramorant's here too. Okay. That's actually the next Pokemon we're hunting after Delmise as a little spoiler for you. That's kind of convenient that they're both here. Conveniently boring. This is so cool. I wish they did more things with those abilities to give an extra type. Yeah, it's actually something I really loved about Bombardier. I thought it was a big part of how Bombardier was even supposed to function. Okay, this isn't so great. It occurs to me. Gonna need to give you more ghost moves over. Because I caught a Bombardier with Rocky Payload, but it turns out that's his hidden ability and that's just on the Titan. It's like, oops. Woo-woo. Normal missile. And I'll give you Pluck. Wait, Astonish? Ooh, Astonish. Wait, Astonish is only 15 PP? What? What does Pokemon give us signature abilities? Their hidden abilities? It's so bizarre. I don't know. Especially when Pokemon need them to function. It's very strange to me. Pluck's 20. Ah, I got so excited. Get out of here, Astonish. Right, just because I feel like checking, Delmise doesn't get like Explosion or Memento or, you know, Healing Wish. Actually not a big fan of Delmise's party sprite in this game. The one that appears on the one that appears on the bottom when I'm searching for it. Like, look how green this is. That's so green. That's so green. It's just not right. Do they have really limited options or something? Because I swear no other Pokemon looks that messed up. Is there just no other Pokemon that has Delmise's color? So I'll have to wait and see. Oh god. Can't wait! I feel like it doesn't. I feel like it definitely doesn't get to that by level up. Like, even getting a physical grass move on this thing is a pest. I'm sure it does. It probably doesn't. Probably doesn't. Like, why would it, you know? Like, why would it? Bonkers how many Pokemon we've ended up hunting on the water. Oh, but my leggies are stiff. Okay, I'm gonna stretch my legs real quick. Anchors aren't known to explode. True. Do you know how tall Delmise is? Here's a fun game. Guess how tall Delmise is. Then go look it up. You will be wrong. Expensive physiotherapist? No, I'm not doing physio again. It didn't help me last time, it's not gonna help me this time. I guess, because I just looked up till I see his level up. Why is it so tall? I get the anchors are big, but why is it that big? It's like an unreasonably large size for a Pokemon. Like, it's one of the biggest Pokemon there is. It's pretty close, actually. Actually, I don't remember how tall it is. Like 10 meters? That's my guess. There's wheels also large. Schmeck, ships don't have wheels. They go on the water, not on tracks. Honestly, some people. 3.9 meters. See, I was close. It was in the 8-foot range. It's one anchor, bloody. How tall could it be? 10 feet? It's just so tall! Why is this the algae? And if you stretch it, it'd be that long? You think that's what it is? You think it's nothing to do with the anchor? 12 foot 10 inches. It's just so big. Like, I don't know anyone who's that tall in real life. It just doesn't feel that tall. It feels like wacky little anchor, you know? Not the anchor of goddamn Dreadnought. Anyone that's an anchor? I know people who weigh me down. People who hold me back. I've said massage therapist instead of physio. Massage therapy is always good. No, my experience of physio, I was holy hell! Fine, I'll go look down here. Jeez. Yeah, I was what's it called? I can't remember the word when you're sent somewhere. Res. Anyway, I was sent to physio when I shouldn't have been, basically. Res. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Can't remember the word. Referred. I was referred to physio when I shouldn't have been. Because what I had was not, in fact, a muscle issue. What I had was a tumor. And it turned out, physio didn't help that. In fact, it made it feel so much worse. Because it was going out of my bone and right into the nerves of my leg. Did that so cheerily down? Honestly, I'm just happy it's gone. It's a tumor. Yay, a tumor! It actually drove me up the wall, right? Because I, such a big part of you. It wasn't that big, it was tiny. It was the size of a cherry. .45 meter in diameter, the biggest ship anchor. Why is it in comparison to, like, the biggest ship anchor, though? That's what I mean, why is Dumeyes that huge? But yeah, my tumor is pretty damn big for a tumor. Yes! It was! It was hellish, to be quite honest. It's a type of tumor called an osteoid osteoma, or it was. And basically, it's known... It usually manifests in young people. And it's known just for being, for its only symptom being, like, horrific and endless pain. And it's apparently most common in people aged, like, something like 4 to 24 or something like that. And it's like, I cannot imagine having this as a 4-year-old and no one believing me. Because as an adult, like, I wanted to stab my leg open and remove it myself. It was bugging me because I was sent off to physio and because I wanted an x-ray and he was like, go to physio first. And it's like, I really want an x-ray, I'm pretty sure it's not a muscle thing. Because I theorized it was an osteoid osteoma. And eventually I got referred for an x-ray like 2 years in. Because he didn't want to give me harmful x-rays. Eventually I got referred for an x-ray like 2 years. My GP's not the best. And I got sent off and I got my x-ray and they were like, yeah, we think it's this thing called an osteoid osteoma. And I'm like, oh my god, what a shocker. Like, I even suggested it to my doctor and he was just like, oh, you shouldn't trust things you read online. You shouldn't try and diagnose yourself. And it's like, I'm gonna try and diagnose myself because it's my leg! But yeah, that was 3 years of endless pain and constant painkillers. And honestly, what it's really taught me is how resilient humans are. Because, like, I bounced back from it. I didn't go mad. I thought I was gonna, but I didn't. You're not gonna do it for me? Exactly! It's like, well, you're not diagnosing me, I might as well diagnose myself! I'm also not, like, diagnosing myself, I'm just giving myself a, like... I was trying to find it out so that I could give you a suggestion. As a doctor, maybe you should prove the self-diagnosis wrong. See, the thing is, they're incredibly uncommon. They're incredibly uncommon. They're a very rare kind of tumour. So he probably just thought, nah, no way. In fact, they're so uncommon that when I finally got to have it taken out, well, it wasn't taken out, but whatever. People are squeamish. I don't want to go into too much detail with it. I had to wait several months because basically there's only like one doctor in all of Scotland who knows how to do them or something like that. And well, I mean, there's a few, but like he's training some. Like, they work together. They do it as a pair. I don't know. It's interesting. But like, there's only one place you can have it done in Scotland, and they only do it once every 6 months. They just bring in everyone who has an osteoid osteoma once every 6 months. And they're just like, right, it's osteoid osteoma day. Any chance of it reoccurring? No. Thankfully. I mean, okay, I don't know. I mean, I could always just get unlucky and get another one, right? But no, this was years ago. At this point, I got it out, and if nothing has returned in the next year or so, sometimes I still get phantom pain to this day. Sometimes I still get phantom pain of it. But yeah, it was awful. Genuinely awful. A couple of years ago. I don't even think it was a full 2 years thinking about it. Wild. Amazing how quick. It's genuinely amazing how quickly we can bounce back as people. Like how rapidly I went from I'm gonna go mad, I'm gonna cut my own leg off, because if I cut my own leg off, then they have to see me at A&E. Oh yeah, of course. I am indeed 40. But how quickly I can go from I'm gonna cut my own leg off to, ah, okay, cool. The resilience of humans is astounding. You'll notice it to a lesser extent every time you get better after being ill. When you get better, you're just like, that wasn't that bad. But while you're ill, you're like, I'll never be well again. I mean, it was the absolute worst experience of my life, and it lasted for 3 solid years. It took all of my university years away from me, pretty much, but... So I'm never gonna be like, it wasn't that bad, because it was absolutely awful and excruciating 24 hours a day. But yeah, I really did just kind of move on from it. It's like, that's so cool. The resilience of humans is just so fascinating. The unbreakable human spirit, exactly. Like, I had better mobility right after it was taken out, even though I had to walk around on crutches. It was actually really cool. When they removed it, I won't get too much into detail, but they didn't knock me out. They didn't put me under. They just gave me like an epidural. And I didn't even feel the needle go in. Like, you know, they told me to roll over. They lifted up my shirt. And they were like, okay, roll back over. And I was just like, what? I was like wincing in pain, waiting for it to go in, and it didn't. And then like 20 minutes later, something like that, I just can't feel anything. From like half my body down. I can't move. It's like, oh my god, what is happening? It was so weird. Fascinating experience though, fascinating experience. I got my own room in the hospital because I was so young. That's Scott's guy. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, come on in. I hope my tumor story was to your liking. The Lottie hospital room? It was so cool! I got my own room in the ward. I got my own little room, my own little bed, and my own little shower and stuff. They were like, yeah, we're putting you in here because you're so young. Because I actually had to spend the night there before my surgery. And then I had to spend the next 2 nights there to recover. I am not 40. But yeah, spending the night there, it was so interesting because they gave me morphine. And I was, because they were like, oh, would you like some morphine? And I was like, should I, isn't that kind of for people who are gonna die soon? Like, isn't it a bit strong? She was like, oh, I mean, half the people in this ward are on morphine, I wouldn't worry about it. And it's like, yeah, but half the people in this ward look to be about 800. But that's actually why they gave me my own room, it's because it was the height of COVID and everyone else in there was really old. So they gave me my own room because, weirdly, like, I was the... I guess most survivable. So cool though, so cool having my own room. They brought me toast and stuff because I couldn't get out of bed. It's awesome. Someone offered me morphine. It does not taste good. It wasn't a morphine drip, it was... I had to drink it. I had to drink the morphine. It didn't taste bad though. But it didn't taste good. It was, actually, no, it did taste kind of good. It was sugary. Have you ever had children's medicine? I don't know if Calpol is sold outside of the UK, but it was kind of like a slightly less sweet Calpol. It tasted a bit like children's medicine. Kilo toast? You spread the morphine on your toast? Nah, the toast was so awesome, because you're not allowed to eat a certain amount of time before your surgery. So I got brought toast. Mr. Duffin didn't use much morphine. Here's some for you. I actually don't know how Mr. Duffin died. Ever hated to drink medicine as a kid? Nah, like, I loved medicine as a kid. I think it's so stupid to make child medicine taste good. Like, yes, it makes it easier for children to drink, but like, oh my god. I was a sensible child and I still would have chugged the bottle if I had access to it, and that is such bad design. Do not encourage children to drink medicine, please. Make it bitter and foul. I don't think I ever told the story of the time Mr. Duffin, my high school physics teacher, told us all about the time he almost committed suicide. It was so weird. He was just like, yeah, I mean, you know, when I was in my 20s, I was like looking up at the top of a really tall building, and I was like, yes, just randomly in class, and I was like, you know, I should probably just throw myself off that. But then I realized, and I started to think about energy, and I realized that you can't create or destroy energy, and you can't create or destroy God. So is energy proof of God's existence? And that means that there's a purpose to me being here. And it came out of nowhere! That was his explanation for what he believed energy was. He decided that was the story he had to tell as to how he'd come up with that epiphany. That's amazing logic. Yeah, can't create or destroy God. Fighting shameful medicine is the worst. True. But yeah, that was my... It's the only teacher I've ever known to be suicidal. fascinating story, Mr. Duffin. Can't destroy God? What you mean? God is dead and we killed her. Oh, I'm out of shadow sneaks. It's like, okay. You feeling alright, Mr. Duffin? Some people like to call him Dr. Muffin. And I forget why. I guess because it's just Duffin, Muffin. That's what kilowatt hours are, but thanks. Turns out that doesn't exist. Okay, I only have 2 more Mr. Duffin stories. Shall I just fire them out? I will. Actually, I have 3 more technically, but I was gonna just put 2 of them together. Whatever. So, my other physics teacher, Mrs. Barr, she was my physics teacher in some other years. My daughter says she hates me and only wants to watch egg egg videos. Honestly though, who doesn't want to watch an egg video once or twice a week? You know what I mean? Like, eggs. But yeah, Mrs. Barr, who was one of the other physics teachers in my school, and she taught me some years. She told us about how when she was at school, Mr. Duffin was her teacher for physics. Which, I think that would just be awful. Imagine going to school and having to work with one of your former teachers. Especially after you've been telling stories about them on twitch.tv/GennyLottie. And apparently once, physics teacher was taught on the ground floor of my school, which is the first floor to Americans. Call it the ground floor because it's the one on the ground. And some, like, Neds are the words she used to describe them. I don't know if you have that word. Basically, like, high school dropout thugs kind of thing. Just kind of came up. Our teacher was telling stories of Mr. Duffin on twitch.tv/GennyLottie. She might have been. You can't prove she wasn't. Yeah, these like, thugs kind of came up and they reached in through the window and tried to take one of the boys in the class out, basically. What was the past, even? But Mr. Duffin just grabbed a meter stick, like, quick as you like, just grabbed a meter stick and just started smacking the hell out of them with it full force until they went away. It's like, that's just a very different, like, Mr. Duffin to the guy I knew. Apparently he was some sort of terrifying ancient martial arts master back in his prime. And that's the last. Mr. Duffin was too powerful. He was too powerful to be left alive, God thought. You know, the undestroyable, uncreatable God. Use energy. You can't create Mr. Duffin and you can't destroy Mr. Duffin. Therefore, he is energy. God, what else do I have about Mr. Duffin? There we go, the other one, right? So, once in class, this was awful because I generally quite liked Mr. Duffin, right? I sat up the front, next to a friend. A cute friend. But I sat up the front next to a friend, and there was one time he asked me to stand up. I was like, oh, okay. And cute friend, eh? Huh? He asked me to stand up. She was, yeah. But she was not interested. He asked me to stand up, and he asked me to say who I thought the 3 smartest people in the class were. And I thought he was joking at first, so I kind of laughed it off, and he was like, no, it's fine, just say. But I was like, I just kind of stared blankly, and he was like, no, genuinely, it's okay, you can just say, like, who do you think the 3 smartest people in the class are? You can say yourself if you want. And I was like, no, I don't think I am, because I'm, like, very socially anxious, because I was him 3 times. And eventually, I just do it, but I just do it with pointing because I feel really awkward. And after I point to the 3 people I think, he's like, yeah, that's right. Like, I think so too. And it's like, why did you ask me to do that? And why was there a right answer? And I wanted to just crawl into a hole in the ground and die. It's more than all of you combined. Right, but the thing is the fact there was a right answer means that if I had gone, oh, I think it's me, me and me, he would have gone, no. All of those were wrong. You're not even close. Get in the bin. But it turned out what he was leading this into is... I must anyone who's not one of those 3 have felt? Well, I know how I felt! How big was your class? Like 30 people! I got it right, because like, you know, it was pretty obvious who the smart people were, but still. All of us. All of us are wrong as usual. But anyway, this led into... He was doing us he was gonna have us. So how Scottish education works is we split. I forget the dumbest ones. How Scottish education works for high school is we split each class into sections. It's always really exciting when you start a new section. But anyway, physics was split up into 4 sections, I believe, for higher. And he was like, right, for section 4, I'm gonna have you all teach it to each other. And what he did was he picked the hardest parts and gave them to the smartest people. And he picked the easiest parts and gave them to the dumbest people. And that was basically what he did. That was how he did it. And my man ordered them. He ordered the list of people in the class. What a baller! But, yeah, and this thing that he had me do was so stressful because I had to learn it in my spare time. And when I went up to teach it on the board, I was like hyperventilating because I am not good in front of crowds, talking to people, anything like that. And I'm like drawing circles on the board, drawing dots to try and explain that like the dots basically fill in the circles. I don't remember what I was actually trying to teach at all. Something about electrons filling in holes, I don't know. I'm like hyperventilating and shaking, and he comes up to me and he's just like, look, just take it easy, it's not that hard. Where were you on the list? I was like top half. Which is hilarious because I got a C in the class overall. Probably because he killed all my brain cells with fear. You got a motion by 7 of chess, you're stupid. You teach addition. It was all difficult stuff, I'll be real. I did not take notes through any of it, because it was all stupidly complicated. I was actually quite near the top, I think. I think I was actually like top 10. Actually, top half isn't quite nice to me. Because the thing I was doing was really hard and I was really stressed about it. I need to meet this guy. He is dead! That's why Mr. Duffin is up there in the top right. Because his death was a meme. But I guess number 4 is making you pick top 3. Nah, Charlie, the girl who sat next to me, she was way smarter than me. His death was a meme? His death was a meme! I was telling one of these stories about my high school teacher, Mr. Duffin. And everyone was like, oh, we all love Mr. Duffin. And then I looked it up and it turned out he was dead. And when I said he was dead in Nora's stream, she just burst into laughter. It was like, I actually to this day don't understand why. I hope my death ends up a meme. As we always said. Me and them built different. You can't create Mr. Duffin. You can't destroy Mr. Duffin. Are you and Nora like childhood friends? No, not at all. No. No, not at all, not at all. It lived! Oh, gosh. What's his first name? I am A, not telling you his first name, because if you just look up Mr. Duffin, you get all sorts of vague results, and that's great. And I just don't want to dox my high school. Well, Mr. Duffin? Thankfully, when I tried this, and I just googled Mr. Duffin, and I didn't find my school. So, good luck with that. I was very happy with that. I had to be much more specific in my searches. I actually had to trawl through... No, I won't tell you. I won't tell you. I won't tell you where I found it. It's fun to imagine Mr. Duffin is all in his ults. You can't create or destroy him. Aside from my Duffin stories. Okay, so I found a rapper. That is not him. That's him. I don't know about that one. I actually had another physics teacher called... Actually, I can't tell you his name because it was so distinct. There's no way you wouldn't find him. But he took over for a little bit while Mrs. Barr was off on pregnancy leave. Maternity leave, that's what it's called. Wow, this thing is level 80. This thing has Spirit Shackle. I am so sorry, Ard. Is his name Linda Duffin? No. Still, my eyes hit different. Level 80 is kind of silly. But anyway, yeah, and we did our tests for this other teacher, right? And he was just like, after they got back out, they're called UASPs, not that anyone cares. But after they were given back out, he was just like, right, okay. Everyone passed except one person. And the thing about UASPs was, if you failed, you were allowed the chance to resit once. You got to edit your test once. You weren't allowed to be told what was wrong with it. Like, you were allowed to be told which answers were wrong, but that was it. And basically, yeah, he's like, everyone passed except one person, so I'll talk to you at the end of class, so that you know when you can reset it. And Niall, one of the kids in class, put his hand off and was just like, will you tell us who it is, sir? And Niall was like, he was a decently smart guy, he just like spoke out in class quite often. But the teacher was like, well, Niall, if it was you, would you want me to tell everyone who it was? And Niall was like, yeah, obviously. And he was like, alright, it was you, Niall. And I was like, oh, great. And I've never forgotten that moment. And I hope it haunts Niall to this day. This is really sticked maths teacher. Sticked? We had us in class be called by our last names. Every lesson was a 10-minute window where if you got to talking about Medica or dentists, you would go on a rant for the whole lesson. My history teacher used to be like that, but he wasn't like sticked or, or anything like that. Niall of One Direction fame? No, he was not Niall Horan. I'm sorry. I actually can't remember his last name. I just remembered his last name. American dentist, you'd get you'd get him going on for 2 lessons. My history teacher just didn't show up once. My history teacher just flat out did not show up. We are not strong enough to deal with this Delmise. This is a pest to hunt. Do you learn like eruption or something? Incinerate? Power 60, incinerate will do. Overheat will do, okay. Actually, I don't really need overheat if I have incinerate, huh? Being dumb again. let's be real, I'm not gonna teach you both, am I? The history teacher regularly showed up hungover, watched a lot of movies, wow. Bio teacher told the kid her parents should have worn a condom. Oh my god. 60-centimeter wouldn't really pretend to threaten us with. So this is the thing, right? I always worry, will people not believe my stories about teachers? And then it turns out, nah, everyone else's teachers were just as bloody wild. Were you attempting to gain its powers? Wish I had more Mr. Duffin stories. Kinda don't, I've told all the ones I have. Not a rat man. What an interesting response. Okay. Delmise, I'm gonna need you to work with me here, okay? Can't remember any crazy high school teacher stories. I missed most of high school. Valid though. I don't think I learned anything in high school. I've reached my bedtime, I have things I need to do tomorrow. Sleep well, Lottie, and chat for him. It's not morning. Time for the first of argument, it's not morning for Lottie. Hey, it's morning! I'm supposed to be up! It's 7:38! This is an acceptable time of the day to be awake. An art teacher regularly sent my table on garbage duties. We just kind of goof off. One time I'd find the project I was mid-working on in the trash. Oh my god! That would just end me. I would simply give up. Oh yeah, good night, Schmike. I just kind of rebutted your point. I didn't even say goodnight. I apologize. 7, you should definitely be asleep. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not doing anything today. Like, oddly, like if I was doing something today, I wouldn't be doing that. I'm just so full of energy and I don't know why. Like, I can do 14. I don't know why I can do 14. I thought 13 was my limit. I think it's because 13 sounded so far away, but now that 13 sounds close, I'm like, wow, 14's doable. Should have gone to bed hours ago. This is better than sleep. I don't want to kill people. I told you can't destroy energy. Oh my god, I'm so full of energy. This is Mr. Duffin. Is this my training saga to become God? Watching the Guinea live stream for 9 hours. I'm on the grind. Oh my god. Am I possessed by Mr. Duffin? He's back. He's among us. Level 84. This is so high. Among Us? I don't even one-shot it. I literally don't even one-shot this thing. The super effective stab move. Graphic teacher that said my project was crap. I need to start again 2 days before it was due. Then I stuff that I'm not doing it all over again. So I got A+. We love teachers. I think I was worried that I'd miss a stream because of work. Yeah, you don't. If you can't make it to the Guinea Lottie stream, the Guinea Lottie stream comes to you. Sorry, I recommended this. You recommended this? Oh, Delmise. Don't worry about it. The power of shiny hunting? The power of shiny hunting. I know, right? Like, 2 days ago, I'm like, oh, you know, managed to get 4. That's pretty good. Maybe we could get 30 in a week. And I'm here like, we will get 30 in a week, sleep be damned! I'm gonna eat another pan of chocolate and you can't stop me. So many strange teacher stories. To be fair, you're just a strange person. Addicted finally? No, 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 no. I can quit whenever I want. No, no, no. I'm actually not too sure how we're gonna take out these Dalmais after this, though. I think I'm just gonna need to keep healing up my ghost and fire type Pokemon. Oh, actually, Salamence can definitely get him with Dual Wing Beat. Never mind. Whenever I want, loaded 7 hours ago. Oh my god. You're right, I can quit whenever I want has stopped being a joke and started being a serious thing. Oh my god. Do we just go for the 24-hour stream and not stream tomorrow? Is that where we're at? You got some pound of chocolate? No. They are mine. Also, this is the last one. Apart from that one. But that one's also mine. What would Mr. Duffin say if he could see me now? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm really worried that you were wrong as usual. It's so funny that it's going to become part of that story in my head, and I need to remember that it's not. Stickers for energy? Do you think that's what it is? Do you think it's the healing power of stickers? Don't expect me to do such a long stream like ever again. You guys think into changing the story? You're literally just changing the Genny Lottie canon. Nah, thankfully I won't, because that would have... Like, the only way that that could ever have been a thing he said is if I said me, me, me. Which I know I didn't do, so... Won't change anything, it's just so funny that I am going to steal it and make that joke every time I tell the story of Noah. Like, okay, we got a week-long stream. I'm starting to think these Pano Chocolat might not be completely above border. How have I not crashed and burned yet? Everything I can steal that from me every time. I'll think of it like the first couple times and then it'll just become part of the tale. How's everyone doing today or tonight so far? We're doing okay, I reckon. We've got Shiny Yanma, Whalmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, Grimer, Ralts, and Skrelp. We're going for Dalmais right now. How are you today, Danger D? I apologize for eating a pan of chocolat while talking to you, but it turns out that when you stream for 12.5 hours, you start to get hungry. In Pokemon Shield right now, starting a Wonderlock challenge. Is Pokemon Shield any difficult, regardless of how you try and set rules? I never even wanted to try Nuzlocke Sword and Shield because I felt like they would be way too easy, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I assume there's ways to make it difficult. Have you just started, or did you start a while ago? Especially with its level cap. See, that was always the thing. Before I came across the concept of actually just setting yourself to a level cap, it felt like Sword and Shield would be so easy because you'd accidentally just zoom right past. But staying at the level cap is probably a big problem. But the thing is that if they're actually at the level cap, maybe the gym leaders are actually kind of a pest. I don't know. I don't know what kind of movesets they have, because when I played through the game normally, I was obviously really over-leveled. The fight is really rough. I can believe that. I think Leon's Pokemon have EVs. I swear. I'm accepting Pokemon under 20. That's valid. I don't really know much about a Wonderlock. I've never done them. I'm actually surprised there's still enough people playing Sword and Shield. That you're able to reliably do something like that. As easy as it sounds, to be honest. Really? Sword and Shield? I need to consider that at some point, though. Who knows, maybe a replay would give me some appreciation for it. First trade was 25 time for a retrade? Wow. Good luck! I am shiny hunting Pokemon in Pokemon Radical Red for charity. As part of the Pokemon Pride event. We are fundraising for Campaign for Southern Equality. We aim to improve the rights situation for people in the south of America. Is around 3 fully evolved mons decently tough? Yeah, I can imagine, honestly. Yeah, we can probably get some done with Asgard. Have a third Pokemon trade and see what I get. Oh, the most fun part of all. You gotta complete the decks at this rate before you actually get anything. Either that, you'll just end up with an entire team full of level 1 Snom. One dual wing beat not KOing stresses me out. These Delmise are just so high up there. I really hope we get a shiny one sooner rather than later. Like, I don't like having to spend so much time here. But these things kind of suck, I won't lie. The next shiny is here too, remember? I think Cramorant's found somewhere else in the game, right? Probably is, probably is. Either way, it's probably not going to be a today issue, because Delmise isn't likely to show up. Honestly, still debating over whether or not I should go for hour number 14. I'm like, I could redeem it. But does that cheapen all the redeems that came prior? I think it does. I think I have to stream if... Probably be a today issue either way. Oh god, you're right. Yeah, I think I can only continue stream if people want me to. I don't think I can just keep doing it. You know what I mean? A little EP, I think that's maybe the end of the line for me. Weak. Good, nice, Blaines. Here to hang out. I thought you were going to bed. Okay, I'm not sure I'm gonna make it to the end of this hour. Okay. So we're definitely ending at this hour. That's good to have a definitive end point at least, you know? Well, let's go. Go for the fun stream. Sorry being a scringly little guy. Good night, everyone. Good night, spleens. I know a Snorlax for Hop is definitely... poor lad. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's spleen and not spleens. I keep forgetting that spleen... Spleen Stuke. Spleen Stuke. I love scrinkly little guys. Scringly, sorry, scringly. My brain does not want to read that word. Okay. Just 20 more minutes of Dulmise. We can all do it, right? Like, we can all handle 20 more minutes of Dulmise. I'm gonna be real. I might not even raid out. I might just collapse. Because I'm sure that, like, as much energy as I have while streaming, I bet the second that it's time to wind down, I'm just like... Look, my brain can read so many words, you can't even fathom it. Like, you don't even know what my brain is capable of. Read every word. I will. Every single one. Heavy slam. Got it. Let's go. Rock slide. That's the words. I feel like you're gonna get a lot of trades with overlevel Pokemon the way you're doing it. Or rather, when you're doing it. You're reading words too fast. I'm reading words too fast! You can't comprehend me. I can read around corners. I can read through time. You don't even know me. How are we doing for Dulmise? Because we're over 100, I noticed, which is really good. 136. Okay. That's still really good. Like, I am big hoping we get to, we get the shiny today. I'm tempted to keep going until we get the shiny, just so I don't need to continue this tomorrow, but I won't. I won't do that. I'll stop it. I'll stop when we've been going for 13 straight hours. That feels fair. Interesting to know that 13 hours is like, that's the limit for everyone. Like, after that point, there's no one left. You've all died. I'll keep that in mind. Everyone's gonna be exhausted tomorrow. Over the kids to bed. Thanks for the stream. Not back in time. I've outlasted your children. The younger generation has nothing on me. Ahaha. Thank you though, Jono. Thank you for being here. God, I was planning to stay in bed all day tomorrow anyway. Y'all aren't getting that metronome video, that's for sure. Oof. Wake up to bed, literally. Streamlabs, that seems like the end. No, because we did build up the 100, and it's easier to get back to 100. I'm going until 13 hours, I'm not going until shiny. I'm just gonna put the kids to bed as the clock on my end says 8 AM. Damn, those kids do be awake though. The Delmais are really easy to take out from here because the chain is what affects their high level. Like if you see, they're only level 54 and stuff, not like level 84 like they were before. So they're much easier to take out now. Like we can reliably take them out with things like Shadow Snake. Plus, you never know, this exact same thing happened with Skrelp, and we managed to save it. If we don't get Delmais today, I really won't be like the most upset little Lottie in the world. Like, we've made really good headway towards it tomorrow. If we mess up the chain again, we get nothing, but if you mess it up once, it's okay. It's just so rude that it's that easy to mess up your chain. Oh, this is the wildest stream I've ever done. Maybe the most upset Lottie in the... most upset little Lottie in the world? I don't know. I don't know. Some other Lottie, probably. Some other Lottie. Can you see how you messed it up? I surfed slightly too far north. And I was no longer in the route where Delmais appear. So it just broke. It's so rude. If I surfed one tile to the right of where I currently am, it would break instantly. Just again? I mean, it would only waste like 5 PP, but... or 5 PP, like 5 chain, but it's still such a waste of time to do. But yeah, the area in Cinnabar Island is actually really tight. Okay, well, come on in. See you working so hard on shiny hunting? Me? Shiny hunting? Never, never. I'm just gaming. Just a funny little girl gaming for 13 straight hours. Haha. Came back and like woke 12 hours. Yeah, I did a test. I removed the limit on the extend the stream timer by an hour. You can normally only do it 4 times in a stream, but I just removed it for the stream. And apparently this is people's limits. People won't extend it any further than this. It's good to know the limits of the world. I'm really sorry about your SOS chain, Charlotte. We've both broken our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. That's what Karl Marx said. Okay, I'm really glad no one redeemed 14 actually, because I think this is about my limit as well. This is my heart's about to explode from all this excitement. So true, comrade. Not that we won't bear in mind. I think maybe we can't. Physically can't contend. We've just had too many anchors. Too many anchors in one stream. We just can't bear it. Gamer girl, that's me. To be fair, that is kind of me. When Twitch sends my stream summary email, it's just gonna say, what the hell? Ooh. That's my dumb eyes impression. I can't do one. It's the best you're getting. So many stickers on your face from the incentives? Yes. The stickers are what's keeping me alive. Stickers are giving energy. Power. Just for, yeah. I'm just a silly little girl. Just wearing stickers. Yeah, no, it's the incentive. Woo woo! Love it. Yeah, I was worried I was gonna run out of stickers, and then I looked at how many I had, and I was like, no, we're not gonna run out of stickers. No need to worry about that. Woo woo! I don't think we're ever gonna have this many stickers on my face again, though. I have to buy some stickers too. Just think we can run out of stickers. Yeah, prove me wrong. Donate to charity. That'll show me. The implication that I mind if I run out of stickers and have to get more, when I know that that means that I've managed to do some good in the world, is something incredibly stupid. Like putting stickers on my face for 13 straight hours. Like, I was counting the amount of stickers I had left, and it was like, I had 8 on one page, and that was the page with, like, the large ones, and then I turned it over, the other side had all the small ones, and I was like, whatever. I got plenty of stickers. $10 million donations? So many stickers then? Oh, yeah. I don't quite have enough. If someone donated, like, if Jeff Bezos came by and decided that today was the one day he was gonna be real generous, I don't quite think I would be able to placate him. Because I'm kinda running out. Does that much think you just break down in tears? I actually probably would just break down in tears. But not in, yeah, in the happy tears. I would not break down in the sad tears. Like, that would be absolutely astonishing. Okay, Delmise, you have 10 minutes left. Is it Delmisen time? I feel like Delmisen time's coming up, honestly. I'm feeling it. Maybe that causing sad tears is so funny. Yeah, it's really nice that you give so much to charity, but could you have given some to me? Woo-woo! That's the only reason I can think of that giving sad tears. Either that or you're just doing a charity for a cause you hate. Which I'm not. This is a very good cause, and I'm very, very proud of how much has been raised by everyone involved. I think this is just amazing. I think Nora especially should be really proud of what she's managed to put together here. On the causes I love? Yeah, this is amazing. Genuinely amazing. I'm really happy with this. Nora's a sweetie. She really is. Nora's really lovely. She puts up with me for one. I've told much for her, but she's sweet. She is. She is, genuinely. Like, she's even nicer in, like, one-on-one conversation. Or she's just as nice. You know what I mean. It's not just an act, she's just a genuinely really nice person who's very passionate about what she does. Like, I don't think I could say a bad word about Nora. How long have you known her for? Gosh, at this point, it's like 9 months or something ridiculous like that. Time flies. I don't exactly know her personally, and I haven't known her closely, if you can say that, at all, for very long at all. In a few months. A while, yeah. I wouldn't say that I'm like, you know, getting an invitation to her child's baptism. But, yeah. Just met her during the event. Yeah, no, she's this nice all the time. Like, she literally quit her job so that she can focus on doing even more trans activism. And I just think that's really nice. That's such a power move, you know? Like, I would never be able to afford to do such a thing. She was, like, smart and thought about it, planned it out. And her job was something she loved, too. She's just a genuine, good person. Reason for that? Yeah, definitely. What a hero? Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, I'm here right now doing this and stuff to kind of help out in whatever way I can, but this wouldn't even remotely be possible if she hadn't organized it. One day I'll get to chat more with her. Maybe, I can't. I'm not like her secretary. I can't say a yes or no one way or the other with that. It's always possible. Okay. Pluck still takes them out. I feel like we're closing in on the point where Pluck no longer takes them out, though. Kinda worried about that. Like, that HP seemed to scroll kinda slow. In real life, crazy things sometimes just happen. Yeah. Whenever someone raids her on the channel I'm watching, she says hi to me. She's really nice. Like, I raided her once completely randomly, because I was just picking out people to raid when I was playing Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, and she was shiny hunting in that game. And it's like, it's always difficult trying to pick someone to raid when you don't know people. And it was like, she had a translag in her profile picture, so I was like, no, she's definitely fine. She's definitely fine to raid. And that was basically my introduction to shiny hunting on Twitch as well. But yeah, she remembered me. She remembered what I had been doing and stuff. It was really, really nice. But the next time I showed up. That's surreal, yeah. Because I've raided people before. Like, a lot of people are fine to raid. I raided one person who just kind of was in a voice call with his friends and laughed that people had joined because of the game he was playing. Like, they were all just laughing about it. And it was like, alright then. I'll just go drink some bleach in the corner. And I had an issue for a while, but I kept raiding people who were French. And I was like, I swear I am not doing it on purpose. If people remember anything about you during streams, it's such a wild feeling. Who are you? Welcome in, Culture Champ. I am Genilati. I am shiny hunting Delmise and Pokemon Radical Red. Kellogg's? No one will ever quite be Kellogg's. Kellogg's? Do you know him? Say it all caps like he's your arch nemesis. Okay, dumb eyes, you know you want to shine. You know you want to shine. You want to shine something fierce. Something fierce and shiny. I don't. Okay. I was like, oh my god. Do you frequent a lot of Brazilian streams? He said I'm the only streamer he properly watches, and he just shows up to random Brazilian streamers and just says Brazil #1 in their chat in all caps and then leaves. It's like, I don't know what that means or why you do that. Like, I don't know what that means about you as a person. I was so curious, I was like, oh my god. You're just like, Kellogg's? The Kellogg's? The Menace? It's funny, I just don't know why he does it. To be fair, I don't get why he does a lot of the things he does. Alex is very strange. I do like him though. Obviously. Can he let you chatter lore is crazy? I attract some interesting individuals, yeah. Alright, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes of Delmise! Can we get the shiny? I believe, I believe, I believe. Would be absolutely wild if we did though, you know? Woo-woo! I hope so. I mean it'd be nice, but we could just pick up where we left off. I was gonna say tomorrow, but actually it's in if I squint at my clock, 11 hours from now is when I'll be back to streaming. This is easily the longest I've ever streamed. I don't think we're ever gonna have a longer stream. Not unless it's specifically a longer stream. This is wild. But yeah, I don't think I could do another hour. I think it would kill me. Like, I'm not tired or anything, but I feel like I will die from talking. Like, I never talk to people. It's absolutely bizarre to do so much talking. Can we all count down, like, for, like for New Year's Day? When we hit the 13-hour mark? The answer is no, because it's not synced on anyone's screens, but... Go to bed, go to bed! No, Nora! We're shiny hunting! It's okay! We're actually about to end! I'm not an addict! We're at the end, we have one more demise! One more demise! After this one! Look, we had to do extra hunting today to hit the goal! To hit the goal, Nora! Han. Han. One more hour, let's go! Whoops. I love the whoops so you didn't immediately look for that. Okay, well we can definitely get Delmise now, right? I'm gonna just go and disable the ability to do another one. That's alright with everyone. You got Grimer? I got Grimer! I did! Over the course of this stream, I've caught Yanma, Whalmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, Grimer, Ralts, and Skrelp. Grimer and Yanma? Yeah. This will be the final Lottie stream ever at this rate. So many shinies. That's what happens when you go for 13 hours. That's what happens when you're on that grind, Nora. Clearly you're not committed enough. Went 7 hours and found nothing in 20,000 encounters. Oh my god, was I streaming all the way through? I didn't even notice you were live! 22k, wow. I don't think I've even found, I don't think I've even had that many. I streamed before and they're streaming after. Hey, Han, whose fault is that, okay? Who redeemed the extend the stream by an hour? I think it was you. Okay. I can get shiny now? Welcome back, Shono. You don't have to do it? I kinda do have to do it. I'm the one who didn't cancel it. Look, I can quit whenever I want, okay? Shiny hunting is a passing passion. An interest. A mild fixation. You held me hostage. I did not hold you hostage. I also had this is not an addictive personality. Beg you? Look, I'm doing the remaining hour. Right? Han redeemed it. I have to now. I have to now, right? Can't quit now. Okay, does Shadow Sneak actually one hit KO? I don't know. Because this was the issue we had last time. Yes, okay, good. Should go to bed, but it's only 1 more hour. Okay, you are in control. Did Han redeem another hour? Han came in, said go to bed, and then immediately redeemed another hour. Only 1 more hour? Yes, it is. I disabled any more hours. There can be no more hours. 14 is our limit. I thought 13 was my limit, but... Banette? Yeah, this was my team when I actually played through Radical Red. I used Mega Banette. That's my Mega. I don't think Han thought you would do it. Well, I hope Han has learned a valuable lesson. I really don't need to sleep, to be quite honest. I'm not tired. Genuinely. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. It's 8 AM? Yes, but my sleep schedule is... This is not what I want from Twitch chat. This is stressful. You're all just there like, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed. My sleep schedule's never been good. I'm very much a night owl. Just streaming later today. You just set for the 16 hard goals with silver copies. Okay, I'll set up ones with better luck this time, Nora. Is that okay? Like, because the ones I set up, I purposefully lowered the luck. So that it wouldn't be too easy for you. I'll be sure to give these ones better luck. You scared the hell out of me. Oh, it's just hydrate. Oh, it's just hydrate. Oh, it's just hydrate. Oh, it's just hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Pokey. And thank you for the stretch. Oh no. Oh, I feel my soul cracking. This is not self-harm, this is shiny hunting. It's a vibe. There's so many stickers on my face. I'm like, oh, there's something itchy on my face. And I'm like, yeah, it's a goddamn fish. If it's this point, look. Shiny hunting is a fun, casual hobby of mine that I have recently and temporarily taken up. That's all. I think I need to see Shadow Claw to my Banette. Real quick. Because I'm running out of Shadow Sneak / when Shadow Sneak stops being good enough. I need some proper attacks here. I could just Mega Evolve, but that'd be boring. Usually 13 hours? Look, I'm not gonna do 13 hours again! I've experienced so many first things today, Nora. I had a shiny explode. It was pretty heartbreaking. Synchronize getting a 13-hour stream? With Synchronize, I stream it for 4 hours and I want to go and drink bleach. I'm gonna be just honest with that. I'm gonna stay as a once in a lifetime opportunity? Exactly. No, another 13 hours? No, I have disabled 14 hours. 14 hours is the cap. I feel personally responsible for the Sol Rock. Yeah, I was like, oh, I want to be sure and not use false swipe before I've seen if it can use double edge. And Culture Time's like, oh, maybe it can use explosion. And it immediately blows up. But hunting Pyukimuku it is. I'll be on that Pyukimuku grind soon. maybe later today. Delmise, level with me here. You want to be red? I want you to be red. I swear I didn't mean to. It didn't even cross my mind it would have explosion. I felt so dumb the second it blew up. I'm glad we got another one within like the next like 10 shinies or 10 encounters or something. It was ridiculously fast. It genuinely was like the Sol Rock felt bad. Vision blur. All I know is shiny. If I mess up the dumb eyes chain again, I'm gone. Like, I'm not restarting it. If I mess up the dumb eyes chain again, it's just a sign that we're done here. Shadow Sneak's doing pretty well for itself, honestly. I think it's only gonna fail when we get dumb eyes that are like level 72. I think that was when it started to fail before. Guinea pigs and be like, oh my god, it's a shiny! All my guinea pigs are shiny in my heart. I've actually considered before what my guinea pigs would look like if they had shiny palettes. $69 should be fine. I think we'll see. This might be the cusp. Oh, 69 is still fine. This was dorky thing I think I've ever heard. You've been here for like, well, okay, you've not been here for the full 13 hours. But you've been here for some of it. There's no way that's the dorkiest thing you've ever heard. I sang the Elements song. You missed that? Don't worry, Jono's got you covered because Jono has clipped every single sentence I've ever said. And clipped them all and organized them all in ways that are easy to view. It's nothing about thinking of shiny forms of your pets. Everyone does that! That's normal. That's just a thing we all do. Level 70, is this the cutoff? No, level 70 still works. And believe me, Bonette's gonna know when it's the cutoff, because Bonette's gonna get a big old like heavy slam to the face. Could just Mega Evolve, but it takes extra time for the animation. We don't have time here, we got work to do. I've thought about Pokemon they'd be, but never their shinies. You don't think about the shiny colors of your pets? I'm pretty sure- you know what, I think you're the weird one there. That's not me, I'm not the weird one. I'm the normal one. Nothing weird about me. The shiny anchor's gonna be really good. My voice looks fake at this point. Oh, does it? How do you think I feel? We carried like 200 of the stupid things. Absolutely in love with Delmise, I won't lie. All purple, definitely all purple. But we need another guinea pig Pokemon. I don't think Morpeko is a good representation of guinea pigs whatsoever. I reject it. I reject the notion of it even being a guinea pig. I'd much rather have a normal type rodent be a guinea pig, you know? It's great, but they clearly also got it mixed up with hamsters. Yeah, there's nothing guinea pig-like about that creature, quite frankly. Or the fact that they're also angry when they're hungry. But like, Morpeko is blatantly not a guinea pig. I have 211 followers now, holy cow. You don't need to count the numbers. Just eat a mustard and jam sandwich? I knew that was where that was going. If I eat a mustard and jam sandwich right now, I will actually die. It will genuinely kill me. If after 13 solid hours of hunting Delmise, I eat a mustard and jam sandwich, I will die. Because I voted no in Nora's stream, so must have got some good points. I always vote no in Nora's stream. Whenever I vote no, she gets a shiny. And the worst bit about how it's working right now is the shinies don't even have the audacity to stay. It's like, I just get stolen from. Like, normally I vote no because it's like, either we get a shiny and everyone's happy, or I get a bunch of points and I'm happy. Works for me. I still can't believe Nora found that Tauros so shortly after the Lapras. I mean, so shortly, you know what I mean. When you got 16 games and you're going so quickly. Same logic here. Go Lottie, go Lottie, go. Yeah, I'm not eating a... Genuinely, if I eat mustard and jam sandwich right now, I will die. I will actually keel over. I've never eaten mustard in my life. I donate points though, if no one has voted yes. Jonah, I'm pretty sure you're the only reason I have any points, therefore. Because I always just go all in on no. Sometimes I put like 20,000 on no, and then it'll be like 300 on yes, and it's like, I'm not sure I'm really making it out here. I genuinely don't know when to eat the jam and mustard sandwich though, I haven't found a good moment yet. I found a moment where I feel like it's really like a jam and mustard sandwich kind of moment, you know? Got to hell my message again so I can get Pancham so I haven't been gambling as much. Your recent love for Pancham is bizarre. Okay, Delmise. Nice. Jam and mustard on crackers. I actually think that would be worse. Just put jam on a bunch and mustard on the others. Close my eyes. Eat them at random. Brought my Pancham worked. My Pancham flushed to my work trip. It's in my hotel room with me. What started this? You said it was because you fell in love with an inanimate object. Is it the plush that you're referring to? I can donate, highlight your message. Fell in love with a plush? Is it just a really good plush? Okay, this is officially the last water of the night, because I'm not getting any more. Right, when I get out of this chair, it's to go. Just a mood, honestly. How similar is it to the Pancham I drew? It's order of the morning. Last order of the morning. Similar-ish. See, I nailed it. I was trying to break a prediction, see how the points. Alright, 73 is not good for... Oh my god. 73 is no longer good for this. I'll put a photo in the Discord. I look forward to it. I don't see why you can't do that, unless you have to be live to have a prediction. I don't know if you do. Neither of us will be able to reward. Oh, yeah. You would need a third mod in on it. Can't reward predictions that you've. Yeah. Okay. What you could do, Joan, was set up a prediction and just steal all of Han's points, like just throw them into the void. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm not saying I just said that was a possible thing. Okay, we're actually at the maximum odds for Delmise here, so we're definitely getting a shiny by the end of stream today, right? Definitely getting a shiny. No reflation, now this? Sorry, what? What is no reflation? What did I do? I do not recall inflating Nora. If I did, I promise I don't remember doing so. I swear. No inflation so real. It was just $10 one stream, $30 night. How is that my fault? That's not on me. That's not on me. I didn't do that. I'm just saying. The actual temptation. You know what? Are you all familiar with the litmus test? You know, the test of a simple action to see whether or not you're a good person. You know, something that would be really easy for you to do or not do. Let's see. Will you all actually just try and kill me? I kinda need to know about this, I feel. I have re-enabled the ability to redeem extend stream for 1 hour. Let's see where you lie. Let's see. Let's test this. Let's see, Han. Was it an accident? Was it an accident? You can always refund their points. Okay, I didn't say I had any intention of doing the extra hour, but that's not the point of the test. Shh. I don't have enough points. Immediately adds Nora! Han, I am... Wait! Hold on! Is the first thing you did you immediately go down and try and do it? Han. Han, I'm gonna need some honesty from you right now. Yes! I think the test has been passed. Well, failed. But you know what I mean? It's been carried out. It's still on cooldown. Yeah, but still. That's an interesting response. Like, I will die if I do another hour. I will actually keel over. I have no self-control. You would kill me for content. That's what you would do. Set a prediction real quick. A prediction of what? Will I die? No way, I know what you're up to. I see your games. I'm a comic, I'll run my own foot over the bit. Fair. Like going insane here. I just wanted to Falling Out 3D. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Well, that's unfortunate for me. Welcome, raiders, to just the longest stream. It never ends. How was your stream? How did it go? You don't have any moves left. Oops. Are we finishing up? Nope. Nope. I wish. I am shiny hunting in Pokemon Radical Red as part of PKMNpride. I have given chat a litmus test today, which is why I'm still going. I have simply left the option to make me stream for an extra hour available. No cooldown. Well, no cooldown, but no limits. And I've just seen if they're willing to try and kill me or not. And it turns out, yes! Yes, they are. But on the plus side, I have managed to catch a shiny Yanma, Wailmer, Solrock, Shroomish, Ekans, Grimer, Ralts, and Skrelp. So it is what it swings and roundabouts. How did your stream go? Vaporeon616 and Shadow Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, vanish instantly, that's unfortunate for me. But it's not really gonna do much, so it's whatever. Right, clearly Coda is not good to have up front. Yes, you can, you know, you can donate with exclamation mark donate, you can check out my incentives, exclamation mark incentives. I am doing this for charity, my brain's very frazzled right now. I'm doing this for charity, for Campaign for Southern Equality. Who are aiming to make life and rights more equal in the southern states. Why is your brain frazzled? Jihan! I wonder. Hope you have a good rest after this. It was good, no shiny stay in this fire zone, but a fun stream regardless. Yeah, I'm doing things very differently. I don't think I would have fun if I didn't have, if I like, didn't think I was gonna get shiny. So, the shiny rate in this game is not increased. The shiny rate in this game is the same as the shiny rate in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Literally. Oh, $20 for stickers, please. On what face, Nora? Okay, I feel like we gotta go for the Vaporeon, right? Okay. Here. There's some space. There's some space here on the face. I'll grab Nickit. That there's some space here on the face. Kinda. If you squint. We're kind of out of small ones. I'll grab Sylveon, I guess. Sylveon feels fitting. Can I fit Sylveon on my nose? Does this work? I feel like this works. And where have I got? I've got some space here. I think I could fit... I think I can fit Chansey in there. Fancy feels fitting for all these safaris and things people are doing. Sylveon on the nose? Sylveon on the nose. Sylveon... No, no Sylveon says trans rights. Thank you very much for the $20, Nora. That's a generous donation. Sylveon looking so adorable. This is great. It sure is something. Delmise! You want a show? Yes, I have like Shiny Charm. I'm chaining with Dex Nav and stuff. Like, I am going full in for as much as I possibly can, basically. And as a result, I'm aiming to get 30 shinies in 7 days. And that's part of why I enabled this insane experiment. It's because I was not gonna get that otherwise. I mean, heck, we still might not get it. Like, even with this ridiculous stream. Like, this was an insane goal. I've never felt so stuck. Oops. How many shinies are we at? We have 3 complete rows. We have 18 shinies out of 30. Only 12 more to go. But I only have 3 days left before I have to go on holiday. So we gotta get on that grind. I am not normally a shiny hunter either. This is not something I've ever done before. I really did just... Nor do I ever stream for anywhere near this long. I stream for 5 hours. Normally. Are you going on vacation? Yeah. I'm sorry. I will return. I will have a good time. It's part of the reason why I'm kind of so able to do things like this, to really push myself as much as is possible for all of this. It's because I'm like, I'm going on vacation soon. You ready to come back? I promise I'll come back. Nora... Nora's awake like... not long ago. The stream makes up for missing loyalty and vacation. This is literally an extra 2 streams. All bundled into one stream. And I'm streaming, like, I've been streaming every single day. Since last Thursday, right? Is that when I started? I don't even know. It's all just fuzz. Promise to keep shiny hunting when you come back? I do not promise anything with regards to shiny hunting. Never have, never will. However, depending on when I come back, I may well continue shiny hunting, for this event. But I promise nothing. My face is so sticky! Every time I talk, every time I move, I can like feel them. I feel the stickers. They're on every fiber of my being. I actually don't think there's even remotely space for any more stickers. That's what she said? Is it? I don't think there's space for any more stickers. I'm one with the stickers. Okay, so what I've actually been doing... Oops. What I've actually been doing is every day I've been taking off the stickers that I was wearing and I've been noting them down. Like, I've been putting them in this little notebook to keep them as a little scrapbook thing. My face is so sticky. Oh, to be fair, yeah, she did indeed say that. I was there when she said it. Most wholesome collage. Yeah, I mean, what's even better about it is they've all been on my face. How many collages have you seen where everything on it has been on someone's face? That's what I thought. Dalmise, I beg you. I beg you, though. First thought? Yeah, exactly. It's a very unique collage. Not enough collages come with face flakes. I will admit, this is a chapter of my life I did not think would happen. Not as in, oh gee, I highly doubt I will ever put stickers on my face while shiny hunting. No, not as in like I thought that. No, as in this has never even crossed my mind as being in the realms of possibility as something that could one day happen to me. This has never been a thing that has crossed my mind ever. Love that for you? Yeah. I'm living it up. Growth. And it could, well, it is raising money. That's, like, it's not just it could raise money, it is raising money. Like, this is working. Like, this whole event. And that's just so great to see. Genuinely, I'm really happy to be a part of this. Like, we've managed to raise so much as a group. And if any of that can come from me putting stickers on my face, I'm very happy about that. But you know, I'd also be real happy with a red Dalmise. Like, that'd be a vibe. Oh, yeah, out of those. Gosh. Once you've seen so many anchors, you know? Like, this sea is just lousy with anchors. Who left all these anchors are in Cinnabar Island? This is so many anchors. Absolutely cannot move for anchors. It's weighing on. It's really weighing on me. To be a part of this event too. Yeah. Honestly, this event, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. How's that? No shiny. But it has to happen one day, right? That's why I don't like sending out Bowsette. Valiant Shield, it takes that little bit of extra time. Also, her name is absolutely cursed. Okay, Han, I've decided I don't trust you, I'm sorry. Let's just... Okay. Right. Officially, this ends in 24 minutes. It goes for no longer. There will be no more extensions. There will be no encore. We will catch our anchor and we will be done with it. And it will be good. Honestly, I'm getting used to Delmise's cry. That... Like... I can understand it now. Just another stream in 10 hours? Yep, I'll be live again in 10 hours from now. Get excited. Can you repeat that? Did you? You just wanted the noise, right? You didn't want the whole sentence. I feel like you have absolutely no interest in the whole sentence, Han. You definitely just wanted the noise. You wouldn't think that something that just came out of the sea would burn so well, but it really does. Honestly, they could have made that part of Delmise's ability. That Gastrodon cry, though? Oh my god. Jono, did you clip me doing the Gastrodon cry? Gastrodon goes like, ooh! That's like, I've never heard the bit before. I've never heard that. I never noticed it. But hold up, let me see if I actually have it in the decks. Because I might. Didn't I thought it would be mean? Oh, thank you. Just takes a wee bit of scrolling. I don't actually know what number it is, but I feel like I've got it right here. Has anyone ever heard that bit before? I know I never have. Does Shellos doesn't do it? Why does it do that? Gastrodon actually comes out of the ball and immediately starts thirsting for everything on the battlefield. I kind of hope that the would summon the shiny demise. I certainly have not. Yeah, who's ever noticed that before? Hockey, thank you for the 4 bits. Have some bits? Thank you, thank you. No, you have to give 100 bits to get. It doesn't matter. I was like, wait, hold on, are you doing something sneaky behind the scenes to try and get enough P-Flakes for the extend stream? But it's like, no, I disabled it because I don't trust Ham. Like the litmus test has failed. The litmus test has failed when you cannot trust the people around you. Or maybe that's it succeeded. Who knows? Rip extend stream. You don't want more stream, do you? Do you want more stream? I refuse to believe you possibly could at this point. It's been 14 hours. The Paranoid Stages stream. Yahan, what did you try? Oh, is it me doing the? That would make sense. That would make sense. About 1 hour ago, you also need some rest. You want more stream? Just watch the VOD. It's all the same stuff. Only you get to watch me get slowly more and more tired in real time. If you start the VOD now, you'll still be watching it by the time I'm live again. See, I think Turtonator and Delmise sound like they're having a conversation. When you hear both their cries back to back. I don't know what they're talking about though. Like, listen. I wonder what they're saying. I wonder what words they're speaking. What do they know that I don't? I'll never know. Fascinating. The world of Pokemon is just full of unsolved mysteries. What were Delmise and Turtonair saying to each other? Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Try and focus on existing, Charlotte. Try and focus on existing. You still exist. You still exist. You're a 3D object in 3D space. How have we not got Delmise yet? It's been like 2 hours. Like, honestly, I thought Delmise would be a nice, easy, fast one, and it's just really proven to not be that. It's actually a bit tedious, if I'm honest. Like, just because in terms of how precise my movement has to be if I don't want to break the chain. So this was nodding off and I really jolted up. Look, think of it like those motivational tapes people used to play. You are a 3D object in 3D space. You have value to the third dimension. Physical values such as mass, magnitude, direction. These are all things that you have. When you call me by name and you're talking to yourself, is it? Oh, right, okay, sorry, I thought you wanted my motivational speaking. Alright, I won't do it again. It works better with a script anyway. You are a being of undestroyable energy. The energy within you cannot be created or destroyed. But it's time for it to rest. It's time for you to sleep. There we go, how's that? That was much better. I think my second attempt at it was, yeah, like, I think that gave motivation, you know? I think that was like, I'm feeling it. Please, you're actually gonna put me to sleep with that? You can catch a shiny Pyukamuku. Is that motivating or questioning if you will ever wake again? I don't see what's wrong with a little bit of 15 more minutes. I can make it. You can last 15 more minutes. You can do it. You can do it. I have disabled the ability to extend. Like, it is indeed 15 more minutes. And then we could all go home. What? No, it's... But it's limited. No! It's literally limited! But... Okay, it's just gone now. And to turn you for? It's for the meme? You can catch a shiny Delmise. Okay. If you really want, do you really want your points back? You don't want me to do this? SMH, Nora, you failed the litmus test. It should not have still been there. It should not have been. It should have died. It was. I even went and checked. It was still set back to. It shouldn't have been redeemable. I have no idea why it was. Wouldn't extend stream unless I could be here. There. To be fair, Nora, I might also not be here if the stream goes on for another hour. Okay, extend stream by 1 hour. Go on then, I'll give you your points back. Go on. Since it's Pride Month, I was very tempted to just do it. I was like, should I just... 1 more hour? But to be honest, I'm actually more worried about Charlotte's health than my own. Like, girl, you gotta sleep. Reaction was gold? I don't think I've ever felt more fear in my life. Actually. I disabled it! Why was it? Oh, whatever. It's gone now, it's just gone. Codependency? Is that Charlotte Hive Mind? It infects. Okay, I think we can maybe get some KOs with Kura. She had some issues at the level 84. Delmise, but hopefully if we only have low ones. I'm actually about to run out of like Pokemon. This is insanity. These Delmise are hell. So long as none of them are level 84, Kura can definitely take them out. And even if they are, it's probably a range. I've just never seen wild Pokemon this high a level, like, ever. I guess leave it's only 8 PM. Yeah, poor Jono, you've just been here the whole time, clipping shinies. I mean, not the whole time, but like... Actually, to be honest, pretty much the whole time. Ooh. Where you got from me, Delmise? Just a few 30 minutes here and there. Yeah, but you know, I'm gonna give you that one. I think. Like, the only person who's been here the whole time is me. And, you know, everyone's judging that. But we've learned that I actually can do long streams. This is interesting science. This is good knowledge. Should you do long streams? Actually would have been if I hadn't had work. See, but that's just a Charlotte thing. Look, Nora, the long streams. Did you even hear how many differently colored sprites I came across? Checkmate. Nora, yeah, Nora redeemed it. Noranhan really did just come in and say, go to bed, haha, bink. Plus 1 hour, bink, plus 1 hour. Maybe 24-hour streams? The 24-hour stream you have to do more preparation for, but the fact that this is a 12-hour stream, like, I didn't prepare for this in the slightest. impromptu, well, 14-hour stream. I didn't prepare for it in the slightest. I don't see how you can possibly do a 24-hour stream though. I'm genuinely like inside me hurts. In my soul. You had a goal in mind? I had a goal in mind. Yeah, shiny and equip. Yeah, honestly, that is genuinely it. Like, okay, real talk. I'm fine. Right? Like, there's a reason why I actually did put it under consideration. The final extension from Nora. It's because I think that this is my limit. But I would not have gone past my limit at any point. Like, I'm not doing anything to endanger myself here. And I feel like I need to be somewhat clear on that, just to be sure that people are aware. Like, I'm not hurting myself in the slightest. Like, I wouldn't do that, you know? Because that's not what this is all about. You wouldn't do this stream if you couldn't. Yeah, like... But the... Right, I just lost about 10 years off my life, Jono. Was that worth it? It knows our limits? Exactly. That is indeed what I am. Like, genuinely, I wouldn't hurt myself for the sake of a cause like this, because that's not, I feel like that's not in the spirit of what all of this stands for. I'm gonna be worried the first few though, but I know you're okay. Genuinely, right? I'm not stupid. I play the fool. But I'm not about to kill myself for charity, right? The reason I was under such consideration for the next one is it's like, well, that only gives me 9 hours between streams. And it's like, I really just don't think I can do that, because that's an hour to sleep. That's 8 hours to sleep, right? Because I'm gonna give myself 8 hours to sleep, but that's really only an hour to both get to sleep and get up and have food and prepare for stream. And it's like, that's not gonna happen. Although if, you know, if a shiny Delmise wants to show up today, I'm okay with that. Like, if and it could. I mean, okay. The odds aren't that high. Redemption jump scares. Yeah, look, I've been conditioned, okay? I see that redemption thing on my activity feed and I'm like, how did they find a way around it? Like, after the Nora one, I don't know what to think anymore. I'll never feel safe again. Your service soldier? Is that thanking Jono for the jump scare, or...? Yeah, just thank you for absolutely scaring the hell out of Lottie. Absolutely vibe-tastic. Woo-woo! I hate when they live with, like, no health. It is frustrating. I mean, 74, they should go down to pluck slash and a fundraising legend. I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the longest that anyone goes for over the whole event. I'm pretty sure there'll be people who go longer. There's probably going to be at least one 24-hour stream in there, I'd reckon. I know I would. Okay, unfortunately I think we just have to go to Spirit Lock. You know, so the first week we'll be up there. Yeah, no one else is going this insane on day 4. Sorry, day 5. mean, let that be competition. If people want to go higher, they can. If people want to beat me, get my crown. Let them feel free. If that makes money, that makes money. Like, or if that raises money, then. Like, genuinely, if people want to try and beat this, I don't think it would be that hard for someone who's actually skilled at streaming. It's more time live, it's more time with awareness. There's no downside to it. How did this happen? First it was hour 6 and now... Oh god. It just kept going. I'm gonna be real, I don't think we're getting a shiny in the next minute. I don't think it's the day. I don't think Shiny Delmise is feeling it. Which is unfortunate. I really wanted a Delmise to end today off. I really did, I really, really did. You believe? Okay, okay, okay. I don't know. I've only got like 1 or 2 more encounters at most. And I really hate that they are living that with the tiniest amounts of HP. Good night, everyone. Next one, trust. Okay, we have one left, and then we're done. I'll read out. This is it. Last encounter. I didn't think so. Good night, Han. Thank you for this extra hour you have gifted us. Oh my god, we made it 14 hours. What? Alright. Next one, I meant next stream. What? No, I'm autopilot. No, right, no. No, no, no. No more. No more Delmise. Woo woo! I should have him shiny though, that would have been awesome. I won't lie. Okay. Right, I'll grab someone to raid. Anyone who's currently live. Oh! Huh. Right, not got very many people in this time zone then. I guess we're not raiding. It's me. I'm the end. You have reached your final stop. The charity night is done. We will see you again tomorrow. Savian? There's no one on my list. If I look up live channels under the selection, it's just me. Must be under something else, but they are there at the side. Alright, cool. Raid Sabian? Will do. Will do, Nora. If that's what Nora desires, who am I to say no, right? So much fun. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Was stream on birthday? Oh, okay then. Definitely do that. It's a stream friend. Been like for the past couple hours, 14 hours and an achievement and a half. Yeah. Girl boss has spoken. Yeah, I'll always listen to Nora. Yeah, I have nothing really else to say. Genuinely. Thank y'all for being here. This has been a long stream. It's been a great event. So that's it. You'd normally get more of an outro from me. I'm frazzled. All I can think of is Delmise. And Gastrodon. So much for all your help, Lottie. Not a problem, Nora. You're the best. I will sleep well tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we are gonna raid Sabian. So be nice, say hi, and farewell. Well, not farewell yet. Preemptive farewell. I love your vibes. I have like I have the best vibes. Like my vibes, they're the best vibes. That's what they say. Many people are saying it. Thank you though. I just have a good time. That's all I do. Yeah. Farewell. I'll see you on the other side.
That was crazy. Also, Guinea Lottie, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness, welcome in, friends. How are we all doing today? Nora, welcome in. How are you? Hello, Golden Bro, welcome in. Sweet Pocky Fluff, hello. But Andrea, welcome in. It's so good to see you. How are you? I'm having a fantastic birthday. How are you doing today? What's going on? Welcome in. Guinea Lottie, hello. Jono, welcome in. How are we doing? Oh my goodness. Also, Luna giving a sub out to Ollie. Thank you so much. Okay, let me go in order really fast. Guinea Lottie, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? If you guys are new here, my name is Sabian.
It's long.
We're currently doing some shiny hunting for pretty much anything. But we're doing some safari week hunts. So if you have any questions about me or the stream or anything, feel free to ask away. I would be more than happy to answer away. Also, if you guys are not following Guinea Lottie already, make sure you go toss them a follow. I would really appreciate it. It's completely free, and it's a great way to support. Hold on. Another streamer on the platform. I'd really appreciate it. Let me go toss you a follow. How was the stream? What were you guys up to today? Also, any raiders, feel free to let me know what you're all up to. If you're doing any shiny hunting or any nuzlocking or I don't know, whatever you guys are up to. Maybe you're just chilling, maybe you're just lurking. But I hope everyone had a great time in.
Oh, am I still live?
So also Glau with the raid. Oh, goodness. And the scam train. What is happening?